Chapter 697. Ling Zhao's voice reverberated throughout the hall, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Many people suddenly remembered that the Holy Son had undergone strict training since birth and had always been soaked in top-quality medicine prepared by the imperial physician. But what about Ling Xiao? 1 year! From a nobody Ling Xiao to a famous figure in the three great sects of the East, it had only been 1 year. He was only 15 years old now. The Holy Son's lips twitched a few times, but he didn't know how to refute Ling Xiao. Because what Ling Xiao said was true. If he could make such terrifying progress in 1 year, who could guarantee that he wouldn't advance by leaps and bounds in the next few days? Thinking of this, the Holy Son felt a chill run down his spine. Your Highness Holy Son, for the sake of the human king, I'll give you a word of advice. Don't judge a book by its cover, don't be a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Your eyesight, forgive me for saying, is too lousy. The Holy Son was so angry that his face turned red and he ground his teeth. How could he bear such criticism? Since birth, she had been a pearl in the hands of others. Not to mention her peers, even her elders didn't dare to criticize her like this. Perhaps because of this, she had developed an arrogant and domineering personality. He couldn't stand Ling Zhao's words and almost roared out. You're just a trivial ninth-order transcendent realm cultivator. What right do you have to lecture me? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to me like this? I'm a frog at the bottom of a well? Then you're an idiot. Idiot! You think you can surpass me? Good. Very good. Before the martial arts ceremony, no one will come to trouble you. You'd better live well for this queen. On the day of the martial arts ceremony, I want to see how you're going to show off in front of this queen. If this queen really loses to you, I'll be your foot-washing maid. Even your cow. You can do whatever you want with me. But if you lose, don't blame this queen for being ruthless. When the time comes, I will use the cruelest punishment to interrogate you. Hee, you're not qualified to be my foot-washing maid. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then looked at Wu Xiang and said, Senior brother Wu, today's matter should be considered settled. I, your junior brother, am going to cultivate. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the hall without the slightest reluctance. The Moon Maiden followed behind him like a gentle fairy, as well as a protective goddess. Everyone, the matter has already been resolved. Could it be that you still want me to keep you for a meal? Wu Xiang looked coldly at Chen Nanqing and the 3 people from the Heavenly King's sect. If he had the strength, if he was stronger, there would be no need for Ling Xiao to carry such a heavy burden alone. His voice was ice-cold, and his hands were trembling non-stop. It was obvious that he was on the verge of exploding. Let's go! The Holy Son flicked his sleeves. He had really come in high spirits only to return in disappointment. He had confidently said that he could solve this matter for Chen Nanqing. It was just taking away a core disciple of the Yuehua school. What was the big deal? But in the end, he was almost driven away. One day, I will destroy the Yuehua school with my own hands. After leaving the Yuehua school for more than 10 miles, the hatred in the Holy Son's eyes intensified. After returning to the Moon Maiden's bedroom, Ling Zhao's brows were tightly knitted. Sister Moon Maiden, thank you so much for what you did today. But I can't always rely on you to protect me. Now that I have such an agreement with the Holy Son, I have to speed up my breakthrough. Ling Xiao suddenly said. In the eastern region, other than the sect market of the 3 sects, are there any other larger markets? Why do you ask? The Moon Maiden asked, puzzled. I brought a lot of good stuff from the Moonlight Pagoda last time. I have been wanting to concoct a kind of spirit liquid, but I have been delayed by many things. Since it is difficult for me to make a breakthrough in my cultivation and the 12 golden lotus arts is stagnant, I have to find another way. This spirit liquid is the best choice. Ling Xiao answered. I know, but what does this have to do with the market? The Moon Maiden was still puzzled. To concoct this spirit liquid, you will need several very expensive herbs. Our sect market doesn't have them, and it will be a waste of time to look for them now. So, buying them is the best choice. Ling Xiao answered. These herbs can only be bought in a large market. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Tell me what you need first. The Moon Maiden asked. At least 10,000-year-old golden-leafed wolf's tail grass, 5 mist flowers that are at least 500 years old, and the last thing, which is also the most difficult thing to get, is the inner core of a king of dire beasts. Ling Xiao said after thinking for a while. Hearing this, the Moon Maiden was dumbfounded. You really dare to ask for it? Not to mention the others, just the 10,000-year-old golden-leafed wolf's tail grass will cost at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. And the inner core of the sea serpent beast is even more terrifying. I estimate that you won't be able to get it without 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Where will you get so many spirit stones? I don't lack spirit stones. What I lack now is materials. As long as there is a market nearby where I can buy these things, all my problems will be solved. Ling Xiao had been wandering outside for the past few days and had obtained quite a number of spiritual stones. His low-grade spiritual stones added up to more than 10 million. Buying these things was not a problem at all. Good. Since you don't lack money, this matter will be easy to handle. About 300 li from here is the capital of Northern Han. That place possesses the largest market square in the eastern and southern regions. Of the 12 sects, disciples of 6 sects frequently go there to conduct business. The Moon Maiden said with a smile. Apart from the Beast King Palace, the Sword King sect, and our Yuehua school, what are the other 3 sects? Ling Xiao asked. They are the 3 sects in the southern region of the Sacred Dynasty, the Gu King sect, the Poison King sect, and the Tang sect. The Moon Maiden replied. Originally these 3 sects were one sect. Later, they split and became 3 sections. They are respectively good at using gu, poison, and concealed weapons. Many of the concealed weapons used by our Yuehua school were purchased from the Tang sect. I really don't know. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. The 3 sects in the southern region and the 3 sects in the eastern region were relatively close. As the head of the top 10 core disciples of the Yuehua school, Ling Xiao actually didn't know. It was quite embarrassing to say that. So, are you going or not? Of course I'm going. As long as I can successfully concoct the spiritual liquid, I am absolutely certain that I can break through to the half-step celestial master realm. Moreover, I can also make a breakthrough in the 12 golden lotus arts. Ling Xiao nodded repeatedly. Okay, there's no time to lose. You go back and pack up first. I also need to pack up here. Inform Wu Xiang and we can set off. The Moon Maiden stood up and said, No way, Sister Yuenu, are you going with me? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Of course, you are now the most important person to protect. If you die, who will protect me in the future? The Moon Maiden smiled, revealing a bright smile. Chapter 698. After returning to his cave abode, Ling Xiao tidied up a little and changed into a cleaner set of casual clothes. Then, he went to the bottom of the Moonlight Pagoda to wait for the Moon Maiden. Novel law, he didn't expect the Moon Maiden to arrive first. The Moon Maiden had also changed into a very decent set of clothes. The moonlight-colored long dress made the Moon Maiden look even more noble and elegant. It was as if she had really become an otherworldly fairy. Every frown and smile of hers was mesmerizing. However, such a Moon Maiden looked like a lively teenage girl in front of Ling Xiao. She was full of youthful energy. What are you looking at? Seeing Ling Xiao staring at her, the Moon Maiden chided him. Tisk tsk. Big Sister Moon Maiden, your outfit today is really beautiful. Did you specially prepare it because you want to go out with me? Ling Xiao teased. That's right. It's rare for you to go out with me. Of course, I have to dress up properly so that I won't embarrass you. The Moon Maiden revealed a playful smile and stuck her tongue out at Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, although the Moon Maiden had lived for a long time, she had been hibernating for a long time. In fact, her mental age was not much different from Ling Gao's. It was normal for her to be so lively and playful. Ling Xiao was taken aback. He was a little surprised. Then, he was in a good mood. It seemed like his efforts during this period of time were not in vain. Although the Moon Maiden was usually cold, he had finally gained something. He went forward and grabbed the Moon Maiden's soft and fair hand. Then, he walked out of the sect openly. The Moon Maiden's body trembled violently at first, but she quickly got used to this situation. Other than the blush on her face, there was nothing wrong with her. Along the way, they naturally met some people from the sect. When they saw Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden holding hands so intimately, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. There was no doubt that the Moon Maiden was the most beautiful in the entire Yuhua school. Needless to say, there was probably no one in the 12 sects who could match him. She was such a blessed girl, and she usually lived in seclusion and was quite cold. There were very few people who could talk to her. However, not only was Ling Xiao able to talk to her, he was even talking and laughing with her. How could this not be surprising? Ling Xiao greeted the people from the sect he met along the way. When he introduced the Moon Maiden, he directly called her Big Sister Moon Maiden. He was not as reserved as he was when they first met. After exiting the mountain, the two soared into the sky, flying in the direction of Northern Han's capital. Moon Lady was a yin-yang realm expert, so flying wasn't a problem for her. Ling Xiao possessed the golden dragon wings. In addition, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fly for about 20 minutes. It would be very easy for him to reach the capital of Northern Han. When the two were about 3 to 5 li outside of the capital of Northern Han, they descended from the sky. Afterwards, using Qigong, they hurried into the city. After all, martial artists who could fly were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. In all of Northern Han, and even on the Tianlong continent, there were only a few who could fly. It would be too conspicuous to fly. After entering the city, the two headed straight for the market. Moon Maiden had clearly been to this place before. As a result, she was very familiar with the situation here. Northern Han's capital was worthy of being the largest city in the eastern and southern regions of the Sacred Dynasty. As a result, it was naturally very popular. It was currently the beginning of spring, and it was still chilly. It was reasonable to say that there shouldn't be many people on the streets. However, in reality, the streets and alleys were packed with people. It could even be said that there was a surging tide of people. Apart from the humans of the Sacred Dynasty, the blue-eyed race, the ninja race, and the barbarian race, one could also see a few strange races from other continents. There were even some strange transportation tools. It was a dazzling lineup that was too much for the eye to take in. The Moon Lady seemed to have become the most innocent little girl by Ling Xiao's side. She was curious about everything. When she saw candied haws, amber candy, cotton candy, and other sweets, she actually pestered Ling Xiao to buy them to eat. These ordinary sweets were completely worthless. All she spent was gold and silver. Ling Xiao had plenty of these. As a result, he bought her whatever she wanted. Occasionally, the Moon Maiden would let out excited and lively laughter. This caused Ling Xiao to feel the warmth of a family member. In this chilly spring weather, it really wasn't easy. When he was born, he had never seen his parents. A group of beggars had accompanied him as he grew up. Later on, that group of beggars was killed. Although he had avenged them, the only family members he had left were Hong Qi and Ling Luo. Now that Hong Qi's grandfather had left, Ling Luo was bitterly training at the Divine Sword sect. As a result, Ling Xiao would sometimes feel somewhat lonely when he stopped cultivating. Fortunately, he had the Moon Maiden by his side. As a result, the haze in his heart had completely dissipated. After passing through the streets and alleys, the two finally arrived at a street in Northern Han's capital that specialized in medicinal ingredients. He spent 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old gold-leaf wolf's tail grass. In addition, he spent another 50,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase 5 stalks of 500-year-old bewildering fog flowers. The capital of Northern Han was worthy of being called the largest city in the southeast. There were indeed plenty of medicinal ingredients. In a few of the pharmacies, Ling Xiao even saw medicinal ingredients that were over 10,000 years old. However, those ingredients were too expensive. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had his own. As a result, he didn't buy them. Sometimes, he truly felt that it was good to be rich. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have been able to take out so many spirit stones to purchase these ingredients even if he was beaten to death. Now, however, he could casually take out such a large amount of spirit stones to spend. Seeing this, the surrounding customers were all endlessly envious. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of exposing his wealth. Anyone who had designs on him would be doomed. Although there were many martial artists in northern Han's capital, there weren't many who had reached his level of cultivation. As for those who had reached the level of the Moon Maiden, he hadn't seen a single one. After buying all the medicinal ingredients, all that was left was the mirage beast's Yao core. Moreover, it required the Yao core of a vicious beast king. Ordinary mirage beasts wouldn't do. Yao cores were extremely famous in the entire profound world. There were even some tribes that focused on hunting that used Yao cores as currency. Some were even more valuable than spirit stones. Yao cores were also called beast cores, Niden, and so on. In any case, it was a kind of pill that was condensed from the body of a beast. Within it was condensed the energy of the beast's lifetime of cultivation as well as the spiritual energy absorbed from the world. Very few people dared to directly absorb the energy of a Yao core. This was because a single mistake could lead to the destruction of the Yao core and the death of the person. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Yao cores were exceptionally good ingredients for refining pills and medicines. Regardless of whether it was a supplementary ingredient or a primary ingredient, they could display extremely miraculous effects. Medicinal pills refined from Yao cores generally possess some of the characteristics of the Yao core. However, these characteristics would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, there would be no danger after consumption. This made this type of medicinal pill extremely precious. Naturally, the price wouldn't be cheap. Chapter 699. In fact, other than refining pills, monster cores could also be used to refine formations. When the formations were inlaid on a magic treasure, they would produce all kinds of wonderful effects. For example, it could increase attack power, reduce true essence consumption, have some special skills, increase damage of a certain attribute, and so on. Magic treasures of the same level that were inlaid with alchemy stones and those that were not, had a world of difference in their effects. For example, Ling Zhao's swords were inlaid with alchemy stones. That was why they had special skills and special enhancement effects. Otherwise, it would only increase damage. Ling Xiao chose to learn the art of refining formations back then because of this aspect. Monster cores had all kinds of special effects, so they were definitely popular goods in the market. Monster cores of ferocious beast kings were not something that could be obtained by just anyone. Unless one was a celestial realm powerhouse, one would not be able to obtain them. Because they were not easy to obtain, their value was often shockingly high. Sister Moon Maiden, why do I seem to see the Yuehua School's logo on those stalls? Ling Xiao could not help but ask when they arrived at a market that sold beast materials. That's because these stalls and shops belong to the Yuehua School. You've been in the outer sect for too short a time, so it's normal that you haven't experienced this. These are all controlled by the outer sect disciples, or they're rented to others. They can collect rent from them. The Moon Maiden explained. The development of a sect is inseparable from economic prosperity. Otherwise, where do you think the gold, silver, and spirit stones that the sect needs usually come from? Don't tell me they just drop out of thin air? I see. I've been so focused on cultivating that I really haven't thought about these things. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. If that's the case, the Beast King Palace, the Sword King Sect, and the 3 sects in the south all have their own businesses? Of course. This is the largest city in the eastern and southern regions. The flow of people is very high, so doing business here will naturally earn the most money. Everyone is willing to come here. The Moon Maiden nodded. Both of them were dressed casually. There was no sign of the Yuehua School on their clothes, so the outer sect disciples of the Yuehua School naturally did not recognize them. The Moon Lady lived in seclusion. Ling Xiao came and went like a ghost. Some people might have some impression of him, but they hadn't seen him that many times. Now that Ling Xiao was in disguise, it was really hard to recognize him. The two of them didn't disturb these people. This time, they weren't out for inspection. They just wanted to buy some things. Ling Xiao kept searching for the sea serpent beast inner core, while the Moon Lady followed behind her, curiously studying the dazzling array of decorations on the stall. Because this was a market specially set up by the 12 sects, the scale was larger and the standards were also higher. The things sold here were not ordinary. Even the hawthorn on the Tunghulu was a special type of hawthorn that could strengthen one's body and prolong one's life. Of course, good things were naturally expensive. In other places, a stick of candied haws would only cost a coin of silver, but here, gold was useless, so they could only buy it with spirit stones. Therefore, those who came here were naturally people with status and prestige. There were disciples of the 12 sects, members of the Northern Han royal family, as well as solitary practitioners. Moreover, their strength was not ordinary. Dang, dang, dang! The sound of a gong suddenly resounded on the street. Everyone, listen up! His Highness the Crown Prince of Northern Han recently brought back a giant elephant from the Nan-Man Kingdom. His Highness the Crown Prince said that whoever can tame it will be rewarded with a sea serpent beast inner core and 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although the other party didn't say that the reward must be a sea serpent beast inner core, having a sea serpent beast inner core meant that he could exchange it with others. Moreover, this was His Highness the Crown Prince of Northern Han. His status was even higher than Zhao Ji, the fourth prince. Perhaps he could really obtain a sea serpent beast inner core. Thinking of this, he glanced at the Moon Lady beside him. How could the Moon Lady not understand his thoughts? Nodding, the two of them asked about the location of the challenge and then rushed over. This place was similar to the Beast Battle Arena in Sword King City. However, there were no slaves or prisoners on death row. It was just a battle between beasts. Or a battle between martial artists and beasts. At this time, there were already a lot of people gathered in the stands. Ling Xiao and the Moon Lady directly walked to the front row. Since he wanted to challenge, it was naturally more suitable for him to sit here. However, no one stopped him because those who could walk to the front 3 rows were not weak. In the arena, a 7 to 8 meter tall giant elephant stood there. It looked majestic and would occasionally let out furious roars. This was because someone was fighting with it. What made Ling Xiao interested was that the person fighting with the giant elephant was actually an old acquaintance. He was the Decepticons of the Beast King Palace. After not seeing him for a few days, although the Decepticons' cultivation did not break through, his fighting strength had obviously increased. His valiant skills caused the spectators to constantly cheer. Although Ling Xiao did not care about 1 million low-grade spiritual stones, in fact, most martial artists were very poor. To them, 1 million low-grade spiritual stones was an astronomical amount. Looking around, Ling Xiao saw a few familiar figures in the stands. Shi Jiao, Wang Lang, Li Hu from the Beast King Palace, Chen Meng and Jian Feng from the Sword King sect. This giant elephant is really fierce. It seems like the Decepticons can't hold on for much longer. Yeah, it's fine if it's just killing it. However, the Crown Prince wants to tame it. This is not easy. Decepticons can't do it, but Senior Sister Chen Meng can definitely do it. In terms of details, only Senior Sister Chen Meng can do it. Unexpectedly, Chen Meng, who had been defeated by Ling Xiao, had people flattering her. Moreover, the people who were flattering Chen Meng seemed to be the disciples of the 3 southern sections. However, this was also true. Jian Wuji was one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Chen Meng could be considered Jian Wuji's woman. In the end, these people were flattering Jian Wuji because they were giving face to Jian Wuji. Under these circumstances, it was natural for Chen Meng to be held in high regard. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao still did not know what Chen Meng's martial spirit was. In their last battle, he had easily defeated her. He was a bit curious. However, it was only curiosity. Chen Meng did not count for much at the moment. His goal was the Holy Sun, the first of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Thinking of this, Ling Zhao's gaze returned to the stage. The battle was about to end. Decepticons' disadvantage was increasing. It seemed that the Crown Prince of Northern Han's decision to go to war and ask the experts of the various sects to come help was not without reason. This giant elephant was not easy to deal with. This giant elephant was not the same as an ordinary elephant. Its entire body was as white as jade. Moreover, it was suffused with a strange jade luster. Standing there, it was like an immortal beast suppressing an evil spirit. Chapter 700. The huge elephant's two tusks were extremely long, and there was a faint image of a god on them. This was enough to prove that this huge elephant possessed an ancient bloodline. Whoever could obtain it might be able to learn a god from its body. Roar! The huge elephant suddenly swung its trunk, sending Decepticons flying. Decepticons let out a miserable groan as he was thrown into the stands, a helpless expression on his face. This beast is truly formidable. This should be the silver jade demon elephant. Rumor has it that it is a vicious beast with an extremely strong defense. Moreover, it has an extremely violent temperament, and will not easily yield to others. The Moon Maiden whispered. Ling Xiao nodded. He had also seen descriptions of the silver jade demon elephant in ancient records. Among vicious beasts, the moment it was born, it had the strength of a half-step Empyrean. If it matured naturally, it would be able to advance to a half-step Empyrean level vicious beast king with 90% of its strength. As for individual silver jade demon elephants, because they had awakened the ancient bloodline within their body, they could even directly mature into evil beasts. Once they matured into evil beasts, they would be able to compete with Heaven Realm experts. It was extremely frightening. More importantly, beasts below the level of vicious beasts were unable to cultivate on their own. Once they matured into evil beasts, they would be able to cultivate on their own. In other words, their strength would continuously increase. Thus, at the evil beast stage, the division of strength between beasts was basically the same as human martial artists. The strength comparison would also become more obvious. It was no wonder that His Highness the Crown Prince of Northern Han wished to tame this thing. This was a beast that had the potential to evolve into an evil beast. In the future, it might even be able to escort him. However, Ling Xiao was not very interested in this thing. What he wanted more was the inner core of a vicious beast king. Before preparing to enter the arena, Ling Xiao used the analytical ability of the mountain and river martial spirit and began to analyze the silver jade demon elephant, attempting to find some of its flaws. If it was only to kill it, he had complete confidence in succeeding. However, the problem was that he could not kill it, only tame it. This required some ingenious methods. Grasping the opponent's weakness was extremely crucial. At this moment, the disciples surrounding Qinmeng were also discussing who would challenge the silver jade golem. Sad heartbreak, why don't you give it a try? Your cultivation is a bit stronger than that Decepticon's, and as the #1 core disciple of the Poison King sect, you are very proficient in using poison. Taking down that silver jade demonic elephant shouldn't be a problem, right? At this moment, Qinming smiled and said to a very skinny young man who looked 30% human and 70% ghost. Haha, senior sister Qinming, don't joke around. How powerful are the attacks of the silver jade demonic elephant? Only Decepticon's defense can withstand it. If it was me, I would probably fall to my death. He shook his head with a sad smile and said, It's a pity that I can't kill him. Otherwise it would be easy. You don't have to worry about that. Although I can't tame the silver jade demon elephant, there is an electric shock array in this field. Once it hurts you, I can directly shock it. At this moment, a dignified young man sitting next to Qinming said with a smile, Your Highness, are you serious? Sad Heartbreak's eyes immediately lit up. In fact, how could he not want to give it a try? 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones was enough for him to squander for a long time. Not to mention, he could use the inner core of a vicious beast king to refine all kinds of poisons. Previously, he was indeed afraid of death. However, now that he didn't have to die, what was there to be afraid of? In any case, I am the Crown Prince of Northern Han. Could it be that I would joke about this matter? The young man seemed somewhat displeased. Ha ha ha, since your highness, the crown prince, says so, then I'll give it a try. Heartbroken, he believed that the crown prince of Northern Han would not harm him. This was because the reasoning was very simple. Whether or not the crown prince could succeed the throne in the future would depend on the poisoned King sect's face and the poisoned King sect's support. Although the poisoned King sect was not within Northern Han's territory, Northern Han was currently incomparably powerful. After successive years of war, they had already invaded the southern region. In the future, unifying the eastern and southern regions and establishing the Great Han Empire was not impossible. In the future, the sacred dynasty might even be surnamed Zhao. As a result, the poisoned King sect was currently very close to Northern Han. The one they supported was the crown prince. Thinking of this, sad heartbreak soared into the air and transformed into a green mist, instantly appearing in the bestial battle arena. This scene could not be described as not gorgeous. Immediately it attracted many cries of surprise. What a graceful movement technique! Brother Sad is indeed worthy of being the #1 core disciple of the Poisoned King sect. Truly formidable! I heard that in the martial competition of the 3 sects of the South, your movement technique was #1. Now, it seems that it wasn't a boast. Was someone performing, there would naturally be people who would support them. The ones who were cheering the most were naturally the disciples of the 3 sects of the South. It was unknown whether or not it was a rumor. In any case, there had recently been a rumor that the 3 sects of the South were currently discussing a merger. Once the 3 sects merged, they would become a major power. It was possible that the Poisoned King sect, Jade Water Divine Palace, and Profound Fire sect would have to make way for them. From the looks of it, this rumor was very likely true. Just from the fact that the disciples of the 3 sects of the South were cheering for Sad Heartbreak, it could be seen. To the 3 sects of the East, this was definitely not a good thing. The 3 sects of the East had always had a close relationship with Northern Han. For Northern Han's southern expedition, they had paid a great price. If the 3 sects of the South merged and became Northern Han's trusted subordinates, the 3 sects of the East would be in trouble. This was especially true for the Ohwa school, which had the closest relationship with Northern Han's imperial family. They would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the 3 sects merger. It's actually someone from the 3 sects of the South. Just look at their extravagance. They are much bigger than our 3 sects of the East. Isn't that so? Decepticons is the #1 core disciple of the Beast King Palace of the 3 sects of the East. If this Sad Heartbreak were to win, our 3 sects of the East would truly lose face. I heard that the Sword King sect has recently been very close to the 3 sects of the South. Don't tell me that they want to become slaves. If that's the case, our Eastern martial artists would lose face. The majority of the people present were martial artists from the East and South. Normally, everyone would chat cheerfully and wittily, not feeling that there was anything wrong. However, once there was competition, the East and South would immediately become enemies and competitors. The discussions of these people made the martial artists of the 3 sects of the South rather complacent and arrogant. It was as if Sad Heartbreak had already defeated the Silver Jade Devil Elephant and stepped on the 3 sects of the East. A light smile appeared on Chenmeng's face. There was even some arrogance and pride. This was because Chen Nanxing had told her that the Holy Sun was preparing to establish a super sect for the entire Heavenly Dragon continent, the Heavenly Dragon Institute. Behind the Heavenly Dragon Institute, there were 7 sects: the Sacred Dynasty, the Heavenly King sect, the Gu King sect, the Poison King sect, the Tang sect, the Sword King sect, and the Profound Fire sect. This matter would be announced during this martial Dao festival. In fact, she was already a member of the Heavenly Dragon Institute. The 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty all belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Institute. Chapter 701. Chenming wanted to see if those martial artists who despised her for being close to the 3 southern sects would be so shocked that they would bite off their tongues when the Heavenly Dragon Institute was established. At that time, if the Yuehua School, Beast King Palace, Divine Sword Sect, and other sects did not submit to the Heavenly Dragon Institute. Only death would await them. While Chen Ming was thinking about this, Grief Heartbreak was already standing in the bestial battle arena. However, there was one person who was faster than Grief Heartbreak. Not only did he stand in the bestial battle arena, he also issued a challenge. When Grief Heartbreak saw this person, he could not help but stare blankly. There was actually someone who dared to stand in front of him. This person was truly reckless. The people of the Poison King sect had always been vicious and merciless. If there was a disagreement, they would take someone's life. This had always been their sect's style. This time was no exception. Grief Heartbreak was older than Ling Xiao by a few years, but not older. However, his height was actually shorter than Ling Xiao. Standing behind Ling Xiao, he looked like a follower. This caused the vicious Poison King sect disciple, Grief Heartbreak, to be extremely furious. Who is that youngster? I don't know. He actually dares to stand in front of Grief Heartbreak. Isn't he courting death? Who warned him? Grief Heartbreak's methods are ruthless. Even if he is ruthless, would he kill someone for no reason? Humph, you are right. A few days ago, when we were eating in a tavern, there were a few people at the next table who spoke a little too loudly, and they were all killed by Grief Heartbreak. Moreover, they were all killed by poison. Each and every one of them died miserably. Also, just yesterday, Grief Heartbreak and another martial artist took a fancy to the same item. Because that person offered a higher price, he killed him on the spot. There are countless similar cases. This kind of person cannot be provoked. How can he be so vicious? Could it be that no one cares? Care? Who dares to care? Grief Heartbreak is the #1 core disciple of the Poison King sect. Among the 3 southern sects, he is also ranked 3rd. He is very close to His Highness the Crown Prince of Northern Han. Whoever cares about him is courting death. TSK, what a pity. A youngster is going to be finished for no reason. In the stands, the sounds of discussion rose and fell. Everyone seemed to have seen Ling Xiao's tragic death. However, no one dared to warn Ling Xiao. If they did, it would mean offending Grief. In the end, they might be killed by Grief just like that young man. Just then, Sorrow Heartbreak sneered and turned around to look at the Crown Prince. The Northern Han Crown Prince shook his head, indicating that he did not recognize this youth. Seeing this notification, Sorrow Heartbreak immediately attacked. He pointed out a finger, and a green light appeared on his fingertip. It was obvious that it contained a highly toxic substance. Dim light finger. Ah! Some people cried out in alarm, feeling sorrow for that youth. There were also some who rejoiced in his misfortune, feeling that this youth was truly blind, actually offending someone who was heartbroken. However, in the next moment, the sorrowful dim light finger actually pierced the air. That young man only moved his feet slightly and dodged this attack. Eh? Cries of astonishment rang out one after another. No one would have thought that this youth would be able to dodge the heartbreak sorrows so easily. Isn't that Ling Xiao? At this moment, the Decepticons finally recognized the youth in the arena. It really is Ling Xiao. Wan Lang, Li Hu Shijiao, Chen Meng, and Jian Feng all recognized Ling Xiao. They, who were previously astonished, were no longer astonished. Ling Xiao, who was able to defeat the Decepticons and Chen Meng, dodging Sorrow Heartbreak's dim light finger, did not seem to be a big deal. Who is Ling Xiao? The Northern Han Crown Prince asked with a frown. Yuhua School's chief core disciple. Chen Meng indifferently replied. Humph, so it is someone from the sect that my nephew Zhao Ji belongs to. The Northern Han Crown Prince coldly snorted, his eyes flickering with dense killing intent. His position as Crown Prince could be said to be somewhat dishonorable. Therefore, what he feared the most was that Zhao Ji would return and fight him for the throne. The Northern Han Crown Prince looked at Ling Xiao and discovered that Ling Xiao was already standing there facing Sorrow Heartbreak. Why did your distinguished self sneak attack me for no reason at all? Ling Xiao coldly asked. His eyes flickered with a black gold radiance. His hair had also turned black gold due to the ancient hellish dragon martial soul, causing Ling Xiao to give off a somewhat strange and callous feeling. It's nothing. You were standing in front of me, that's all. Walking on the road, I saw a rock blocking my path. Naturally, I would kick it away. Sorrow Heartbreak indifferently said. Although he was somewhat shocked that he was unable to kill Ling Xiao in one move, he still felt disdain for the youth in front of him. There was no other reason other than the fact that he was very strong. Therefore, he was confident. Oh, I understand. Now that you are unable to kick away this stinking rock, what should you do? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Sorrow Heartbreak suddenly revealed a sinister smile and said, I will give you two choices. One is to obediently stand here and let me kill you. Perhaps you can die a quick death. The other choice is to scram and leave this challenge to me. Very arrogant. You are probably a disciple of a large sect, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile that was not a smile. That's right. I am the Poison King sect's chief core disciple. If you are tactful, then scram. Otherwise, I will let you know my prowess. Sorrow Heartbreak's voice resounded. Poison King sect? Hee, I wonder if you are ranked in the top 100 of the 12 sects? Ling Xiao asked. Hearing this question, Sorrow Heartbreak was originally unwilling to answer. He could not just answer every question. However, he also wanted to show off. Therefore, he said in a clear voice, Listen well. I am ranked 96th in the 12 sects. 96th? Seeing how arrogant you are, I thought you were one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Truly disappointing. Ling Xiao sighed and said. Hearing this, many people in the stands opened their mouths wide. This young man was really arrogant. He was ranked 96th in the 12 sects. This was the top 100. How could he say that he was disappointed? The disciples of the 3 southern sects looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of anger. He actually looked down on Sorrow Heartbreak. Wasn't that the same as looking down on them? Boy, I have given you a chance. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Sorrow Heartbreak's face became gloomier. His tone was cold and indifferent, mixed with a strong threat and warning. Ling Xiao sneered and said, This is really funny. When you attacked me from behind, you did not give me a chance. Now you are pretending to be a good person? It seems that you are stubborn. The killing intent in Sorrow Heartbreak's eyes became more and more intense. The reason why he did not make a move for a long time was because he did not find the opponent's flaw. Just now, he did not kill the opponent. It was already a miscalculation. Next, he must not be careless. Otherwise, losing face was a small matter, but losing his life was a big matter. What nonsense are you spouting? Boy, your strength is lacking. Go to the side and let Sorrow Heartbreak go. At this moment, the Crown Prince of Northern Han spoke. And who are you? Ling Xiao coldly looked at this person. His complexion was not good. Chapter 702. Ling Xiao's overall impression of the state of Northern Han was quite good. After all, regardless of whether it was Lin Zhe or Zhao Ji, he could be considered to be friends who had gone through life and death with them. Even Zhao Xi worshipped him as an idol. As a result, if possible, he was absolutely unwilling to become enemies with the state of Northern Han. However, the words of the Northern Han Crown Prince were too unpleasant. This prince is the Crown Prince of the state of Northern Han's Eastern Palace. This time's challenge will be decided by this prince. Whoever this prince allows can go up. Whoever this prince does not allow cannot go up. The Crown Prince of Northern Han arrogantly declared. This person had been spoiled rotten. It was likely that the 3 sects of the South treated him with the same respect as a master. As a result, he truly believed himself to be above others. In reality, for someone like this, whose cultivation was only at the martial vein realm, Ling Xiao could drown him to death with a single spit. Moreover, after killing him, there would be absolutely no problems. Since that is the case, you might as well just give him the reward. There is no need to hypocritically create a challenge. Isn't this just fooling the heroes of the world? Ling Xiao's words were very loud. The disciples of the sects do not have as much time as you, the the Crown Prince. They still have many things to do and do not have the time to blindly waste time with you. Zhao Yu! Brat, are you toying with this, Daddy? Decepticons was the first to become unhappy. He was originally very unhappy about losing to the Silver Jade Demon Elephant. Now, he suddenly realized that this was simply a method by which the Crown Prince of Northern Han, Zhao Yu, was fishing for fame. He wanted to use this as a pretext to raise the reputation of the three sects of the South. At the same time, he displayed his wealth and tolerance as the Crown Prince. Although he was stupid, with Ling Zhao's reminder, he instantly understood. Not only him, but many of the people in the stands began to whisper. Some of them were even cursing. After all, Zhao Yu had connections with the three sects of the South. This was something that the majority of the people present were very clear about. What's your name? Heartbroken, right? I don't think you need to challenge it anymore. It's just a show anyway. You just need to act according to the script of your Crown Prince. I reckon that when you can't hold on anymore, the electric shock formation in the bestial battle arena should be activated. At that time, it will help you defeat the Silver Jade Demon Elephant. Ling Zhao's face was filled with disdain and contempt. Of course, there was also a strong sense of mockery. Also, Brother Tyrant, don't be angry. You still haven't seen through this. This Crown Prince is just teasing us. Ling Zhao's words seemed to be comforting the Decepticons, but in fact, it was more effective than sowing discord. *CK him. Decepticons immediately jumped out, wanting to fight it out with Dao Yu. The position of the 12 sects was not to be challenged. Many people in the spectator stands began to point at Zhao Yu, causing the originally calm and confident Crown Prince to feel as if his butt was on fire. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Brother Tyrant, calm down. Let's listen to what the Crown Prince has to say. Chen Meng hurriedly stopped Decepticons and said. Zhao Yu hurriedly said. Yes. Young hero Tyrant, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He's clearly sowing discord. What a joke. I'm sowing discord? Then may I ask why I'm not allowed to challenge it? Do you dare to say that there's nothing fishy about this? Ling Xiao questioned. That's because the Crown Prince cares for you. He's afraid that you're too weak and will die in the bestial battle arena. Heartbroken said eerily. Is that so? I think I'm quite strong. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Some people couldn't even kill me when they attacked me from behind. Kid, I think you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, let's fight first. Whoever wins will challenge the Silver Jade Demon Elephant. How about that? Heartbroken had to get back the Crown Prince's face. Therefore, he could only use his strength to prove that the Crown Prince really cares about Ling Xiao. What a joke. If I challenge the Silver Jade Demon Elephant, I'll get the Beast King's core and 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. What's the benefit of fighting with you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I can give you the same thing. Heartbroken really didn't like to talk nonsense. However, he still had to make things clear today. Otherwise, if he killed Ling Xiao like this, others would only say that he killed him to silence him. They would say that the Crown Prince really made a fool of the sect's disciples. This could be a big or small matter. If it affected the establishment of the Sky Dragon Institute, then his sin would be big. Oh, are you serious? Ling Xiao immediately showed an interested expression. In any case, he didn't care. Whether he fought with others or with the Silver Jade Demon Elephant, it was fine as long as he could get what he wanted in the end. Of course it's true. This Crown Prince can testify. Crown Prince Zhao Yu also stood out and said. He couldn't wait for Heartbroken to kill Ling Xiao in the battle. I want a Mirage Beast inner core of a Feral King. Do you have it too? Ling Xiao asked. It's a small matter. This Crown Prince doesn't dare to speak nonsense in front of the heroes of the world. Zhao Yu did have a Sea Serpent Beast inner core, and it was indeed a King-grade beast core. However, this thing was prepared for the establishment of the Heavenly Dragon Institute. It was said that it was used to set up a fog formation for the Institute. Of course, he wouldn't give it to Ling Xiao. Anyway, Ling Xiao was going to die. He wouldn't give it away, so he didn't have to bear any consequences. Okay, if that's the case, then it's fine. However, I also have a suggestion. Ling Xiao looked at Heartbroken and said jokingly. Say it. Since we're going to play, let's play something exciting. How about a life and death battle? In fact, from the moment Heartbroken attacked Ling Xiao, he had already written Heartbroken on his death list. This person must be killed. But how to kill him to make it more valuable? In this situation, it was more valuable. Not only could it intimidate the three southern sects, but it could also get what he wanted. It could make Northern Han weigh the importance of Yuehua School. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Heartbroken's pupils shrank when he heard this. A life and death battle? He did want to kill Ling Xiao. He shouldn't be afraid of a life and death battle. But why was this kid in front of him so calm? Moreover, he dared to initiate a life and death battle? What was he relying on? What, the third-ranked core disciple of the three southern sects is actually afraid of a nobody like me? Ling Xiao mocked. If that's the case, then get lost. I still want to challenge the Silver Jade Devil Elephant. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. The disciples of the three southern sects trembled with anger. Senior Apprentice Brother Bei, agree to kill this kid. Senior Apprentice Brother Bei, since this kid doesn't know what's good for him, then don't give him a way out. Kill him. Under the pressure of public opinion, Heartbroken couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. He was now in a dilemma. On one hand, he was worried that Ling Xiao had a backup plan. He didn't want to stake everything on this one throw, and there was no need to. On the other hand, with so many people supporting him, if he didn't agree, then he would lose all his face. Chapter 703. Of everyone present, only Qinmeng wanted to persuade Grief Heartbreak. Qinmeng is very clear on how terrifying Ling Xiao is, especially that valiant and strange soul secret technique. It is impossible to guard against it. However, she cannot say it. If she says it, she would be admitting in front of everyone that she is inferior to Ling Xiao. As someone who cares about face, she does not dare to do so. A life and death duel is a life and death duel. Don't tell me I'm afraid of you. Grief Heartbreak was completely forced into a dead end by the pressure of public opinion. Of course, this is also the effect that Ling Xiao deliberately created. Otherwise, if Grief Heartbreak were to die in an ordinary duel, there would definitely be people looking for trouble. However, it is different now. In a life and death duel, before the duel begins, a life and death contract will be signed. No matter who dies, either party will look for trouble with the other. Good. Since that is the case, let's begin. Ling Xiao's lips curl into a sneer. Originally, he only came today for the sea serpent beast's inner core. However, since someone is courting death, he does not mind casually dealing with a piece of trash. He is not afraid that Zhao Yu will go back on his word after the duel. If he dares to go back on his word, he will kill this guy and pave the way for Zhao Ji. With the Moon Maiden present, he believes that no one will dare to go back on their word. Even the Sage Emperor would not dare, let alone the insignificant Northern Han Emperor. In the beast fighting arena, the Silver Jade Demonic Elephant has already been taken away. Grief Heartbreak coldly looks at Ling Xiao's strange black and gold eyes. He does not see the slightest bit of nervousness. Not to mention any fear. Who is this person? Why is he so confident? Grief Heartbreak does not understand. This one is Grief Heartbreak, the chief core disciple of the Poison King sect. Brat, what is your name? Qinmeng and the others recognize Ling Xiao, but Grief Heartbreak does not. Ling Xiao, the chief core disciple of the Yuehua School. Ling Xiao indifferently says. Ling Xiao does not lack etiquette at all. Just this one voice causes the entire stands to explode. The name Ling Xiao is now known to almost everyone in Northern Han. He had wreaked havoc in the Sword King sect's bestial battle arena, defeated Qinmeng and Decepticons in the Trisect martial competition, and even provoked Jian Wuji. After that, the Holy Sun and the people from the Heavenly King sect went to Yuehua School to denounce him, but they were directly kicked out. Everything was related to this young man. Oh? So you're that Ling Xiao who fishes for fame and compliments. You used despicable means to win against senior sister Chunming. Very good, let me see what you're made of today. Grief had naturally heard of Ling Xiao's name as well, but he was more disdainful and unhappy about it. Ling Xiao didn't give face to the Holy Sun and defeated Chunming. This was something that even the Holy Sun wouldn't dare to do. What right does this kid have? As he spoke, Sorrow Heartbreak suddenly emitted a cold killing intent, and a strange martial soul appeared behind him. It was a doll. He looked like a baby who had just been born for 2 to 3 months. However, his appearance was very strange. He was silver all over, and his eyes were white. It was very scary. Is this the Mercury Ghost Infant Martial Soul? It was said that when great figures were buried, they would be accompanied by living sacrifices. One method was to pour mercury into the baby's body while it was still alive. This way, the body wouldn't rot. This method was extremely vicious and ruthless. It was simply inhumane. And people who had the Mercury Ghost Infant Martial Soul would have strong resentment, and an extremely disagreeable character. Apparently, Grief Heartbreak was such a person. You have good eyesight. That's right, it's the Mercury Ghost Infant Martial Soul. Grief Heartbreak sneered, and the terrifying aura he released became more ferocious, all of it rushing toward Ling Xiao. It was an extremely cold intent, as if it wanted to strangle Ling Xiao to death. Slaughter intent? Ling Xiao was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Grief Heartbreak to have the slaughter intent. It was a pity that he was completely controlled by the slaughter intent and became its captive. In comparison, Ling Xiao had the slaughter intent, but he was the controller. He would only release it when he wanted to use it. When he didn't use it, the power of the slaughter intent would be confined in his spiritual sea. Grief Heartbreak couldn't help but smile when he saw the change in Ling Xiao's expression. It seemed that his slaughter intent had indeed surprised Ling Xiao. In this case, Ling Xiao shouldn't be too strong. He used to rely on the slaughter intent to deal with opponents who were difficult to defeat. Brat, the will of slaughter has already made you so surprised. Then, if I use something even more shocking, will you be scared to tears? Grief Heartbreak sneered. You actually dared to propose a life and death battle. You really know how to find a place to die. As he spoke, the martial soul behind Grief Heartbreak shook, and a green poisonous fog appeared. It quickly spread until it covered the entire bestial battle arena. Poisonous fog? When Ling Xiao saw the green fog, he didn't panic. Instead, he was happy. He was preparing to cultivate the fog celestial phenomenon next. Although the green poisonous fog couldn't be considered a celestial phenomenon, it still had the same effect. Perhaps this battle was the right one. He might be able to learn something from it. Ha ha, go to hell, boy. You can struggle to survive in this poisonous fog. Have a taste of what despair is. In the thick green mist, Sad Heartbreak let out a crazy mocking laugh. It's just a poisonous fog. What can it do to me? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. The Plague Demon King's shadow appeared behind him. This martial soul was the most suitable to deal with the poisonous fog. Gently lifting his foot, Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Grief Heartbreak. The Plague Demon King behind him opened its mouth and inhaled. A large amount of poisonous fog began to enter the Plague Demon King's martial soul. Grief Heartbreak looked at this scene in surprise. His face suddenly became serious. He had seen many opponents, but no one had been able to break through his poisonous fog like this. Ling Xiao, this boy, was simply his nemesis. But he couldn't admit defeat like this. He was a half-step heavenly venerable with 60% of his strength. His cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. He definitely wouldn't lose to Ling Xiao like this. Absolutely not. The poisonous fog dissipated. The ghost infant behind him let out a mournful cry. 2 streaks of mercury merged into his palms and pierced through the air. Ling Xiao looked at Grief Heartbreak and walked slowly. He didn't seem to have any reaction. In his heart, he was focused on comprehending the mysteries of the fog. Bang! Pa! The 2 mercury spikes were directly smashed away by the Plague Demon King. They couldn't cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. Grief heartbreak, your massacre intent is very powerful. Unfortunately, your usage is only superficial. Moreover, it's too immature. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. There was already a trace of understanding in his mind. Although he hadn't cultivated the fog celestial phenomenon yet, he believed that after returning this time, with the help of the spirit liquid and this trace of understanding, he would definitely succeed. I have to thank you for the generous gift you gave me. Therefore, in the end, I'll let you die a quick death. I won't let you die in grief. Ling Xiao smiled. The plague demon king behind him disappeared and was replaced by Yi Guxian. Chapter 704. Yi Guxian's figure appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was a cold and austere demonic sword, emitting a desolate and solemn ancient aura. And in his hand was the overflowing rain sword. On the sword's body, a red light flickered, like a blood-red beast that wanted to escape. Almost everyone had something like willpower, but to use it in battle, only a few warriors could do it. There were 3 realms of using willpower. The first realm was spiritual pressure, which was the pressure brought about by soul power. For example, domineering aura, murderous aura, baleful aura, and so on were all external manifestations of spiritual pressure after fusing with true essence. It could bring enormous pressure to the opponent, and could even cause the opponent's spirit to collapse and suffer a crushing defeat. This realm was actually the most basic way to use willpower. Grief heartbreak had only reached this realm. The second realm was called solidification, which was to condense willpower into a physical attack. Not only could it cause mental damage, but it could also directly injure the opponent's body. This was the realm that Ling Xiao was currently at. It was much higher than grief and heartbreak. Solidification of willpower could be used in many ways. It could be used alone to deal with the enemy, but it could also be used in a move to increase the power of the move. The third realm was very powerful, called concept, which could use willpower to create a spatial environment out of thin air. This was not an illusion, nor was it an illusion. Because in this space, the damage caused by willpower was real. Even if it was an injury that shouldn't exist, it would become real. This was the terror of concept. At present, Ling Xiao's willpower had not reached this realm. Otherwise, with just his willpower, Ling Xiao could make grief heartbreak die without a burial place. In the stands, everyone saw the demonic sword behind Ling Xiao's back and felt a tremor. They had long heard that the Yuhua school's Ling Xiao could use many kinds of martial spirits. Now, it seemed that this rumor was not false. Moreover, this sword martial spirit was a bit too evil. It made people feel very uncomfortable looking at it. If the people in the stands were already like this, there was no need to mention the heartbroken person standing opposite them. His brow furrowed deeply as he couldn't understand how Ling Xiao, a mere 9th-layer transcendent realm cultivator, could release such a terrifying aura that made him feel a deep sense of fear and crisis. No, why would I be afraid of him? I am a martial artist who has grasped the will of slaughter. Coupled with the Mercury Ghost Infant Martial Spirit's demonic aura, my cultivation is so much higher than his. I will definitely not lose to him. Heartbroken Sorrow shook his head. The fear and sense of crisis in his heart suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a pressing soul pressure. Then, his body suddenly rushed forward. A loud rumbling sound came from the beast fighting coliseum, and the bluestone floor almost shattered. Amidst the dust and smoke, Sorrow Heartbreak displayed his proud movement skill, pouncing towards Ling Xiao with an imposing manner. His entire body emitted an extremely eerie and dark green light, causing people's hearts to tremble in fear. What a terrifying poison technique! Coupled with his spiritual pressure and that amazing movement skill, no wonder this person is ranked 3rd among the southern 3 great sects. His strength is really shocking. Yeah, his true chi is so dense. 60% of his strength is already at the half-step heavenly venerable level. That Ling Xiao is finished. The neutral spectators were all amazed by Heartbroken Sorrow's terrifying strength. The Poison King's sex chief core disciple, ranked 3rd among the southern 3 great sects, really shocked the audience with just one move, causing countless people to be terrified. Ha ha, senior brother Sorrow is finally willing to use his trump card. Yuhua school is really useless these years. They actually allowed such a waste to become their chief core disciple. This move is enough to take his dog life. Why don't we just destroy Yuhua school? It's a bit disgusting to be ranked among the 12 great sects with such a sect. The disciples of the southern 3 great sects naturally despised Ling Xiao and made a lot of sarcastic remarks. After all, in their opinion, a 9th-level transcendent realm invincible realm cultivator dared to challenge a half-step heavenly venerable with 60% of his strength. This was courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a cold and disdainful smile. He had always been able to do 2 things at once. And they didn't affect each other. On one hand, he was fighting heartbroken sorrow. On the other hand, he was always vigilant of everything around him. Naturally, he could hear the discussions of those people. He really didn't know what kind of expression the disciples of the southern 3 great sects would have if this sword strike took heartbroken sorrow's life. The distance between the two was rapidly closing, and the collision of their auras was becoming more and more obvious. In the arena, smoke and dust flew, and the wind blew, and the figures of the two became blurred again. The blood-red light of the overflow rain sword in Ling Xiao's hand trembled more violently, as if it would fly out of his right hand at any time. Chi! The sword light finally bloomed. The people in the stands could only see the light in the dim arena, but they couldn't see the 2 figures. There was the sound of something being pierced. Ling Xiao's sword had already stabbed out, and a blood-red human-shaped sword Chi instantly pierced through heartbroken sorrow's protective true Chi, and even penetrated the poison he had painstakingly condensed. His grief-stricken face revealed a look of intense fear. They had the same slaughter will, but Ling Xiao's was much stronger than his. Heartbroken sorrow regretted it completely, but he couldn't escape. He knew that if he turned his back on Ling Xiao, the result would be worse. So he instantly mobilized all the true Qi he could muster, ready to fight to the death. The Mercury Ghost Baby appeared in front of him, condensed with nearly 70% of his strength. "Stop him!" Heartbroken Sorrow roared, and the Mercury Ghost Baby emitted a piercing silver light, which almost penetrated the obstruction of the smoke and dust. "Can you stop it?" A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. The sharp red sword shadow condensed a terrifying slaughter will, easily tearing through the Mercury Ghost Baby's defense, and then piercing through Heartbroken Sorrow's throat. In just a moment, Heartbroken Sorrow's aura was gone, and what was left was a corpse with wide eyes. "You are very sad because you met me, your nemesis. Otherwise, you wouldn't have died so quickly." Ling Xiao was very clear that the reason he could kill Heartbroken Sorrow so easily was because he completely restrained the other party. He was immune to poison, and Heartbroken Sorrow's poison art had no effect. His slaughter will was even stronger than Heartbroken Sorrow's, which made Heartbroken Sorrow's slaughter will completely useless. In other words, Heartbroken Sorrow's 2 best skills were useless against him, and he could only rely on his cultivation base. But in terms of strength, true Qi, and martial skills, Heartbroken Sorrow was inferior to Ling Xiao in every aspect. His final defeat was the result of overestimating his own strength. "I'm dying of anxiety. What's going on?" In the stands, people were anxiously waiting for the smoke and dust to disperse, because they couldn't see what had happened behind the smoke and dust. They only saw a red and a white light suddenly rise, but they didn't know what had happened. Chapter 705. What's the hurry? There's no need to worry. That Ling Xiao is just a trivial 9th-level Transcendent Realm cultivator. Even I can easily defeat him, let alone Senior Brother Bei. I really don't know what you're worried about. That's right. That guy who overestimated himself is definitely dead. In a life-and-death battle, he brought about his own destruction. It wasn't just the disciples of the 3 southern sects who thought so. Even the neutral cultivators thought the same. The Yuhua school had declined too quickly in recent years. No one put it in their eyes anymore. As for the chief core disciple of the Yuhua school, he wasn't even worth mentioning. Only the Decepticons and Chen Meng, who had fought against Ling Xiao before, had serious expressions on their faces. Although they felt that Bai Duanchang could win, they didn't think it would be an easy victory. Haha, it seems like this queen's reward really belongs to Bai Duanchang. I already told him to challenge the Silver Jade Demon Elephant, but that Ling Xiao refused to listen. The Crown Prince of Northern Han, Zhao Yu, stood up and looked at the crowd. Are there any disciples of the Yuehua school among you? Go back and tell your sect master that in the future, don't send the disciples out to die for no reason. There really were disciples of the Yuehua school in the crowd. Some were from the outer sect, while others were from the inner sect. All of them lowered their heads, wishing they could tear off the symbol on their chests. It was too shameful. They now felt that being a disciple of the Yuehua school was a disgrace. They didn't dare to say anything and could only lower their heads silently. However, someone still stood up in the end. Your Highness Crown Prince, this matter isn't over yet. I don't believe that senior brother Ling will lose. The one who spoke was a young man who had just been promoted to an inner disciple of the Yuehua school. He was very young and Ling Xiao might not even know his name. However, this person had always worshipped Ling Xiao as an idol. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was the one who could change the Yuehua school and revive the Yuehua school. Little fellow, you think too much. Zhao Yu laughed disdainfully. You think too much. Amidst the dust, a loud and cold voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone present to tremble. Didn't Chen Meng tell you? She lost to me in one move. What gave you the confidence that heartbroken sorrow could beat me? Amidst the haze, a figure waved his hand, and the smoke and dust that filled the sky quickly dispersed. The entire beast fighting coliseum was completely exposed in front of everyone. Ling Xiao stood there, looking at Zhao Yu with a faint smile. In his hand, he was holding the motionless heartbroken sorrow. Bang! Ling Xiao threw the body at Zhao Yu's feet. Although the sound of the body hitting the ground wasn't loud, in the eyes of the audience, it was as violent as an earthquake. The battle was over. However, the one who survived wasn't the grief-stricken one they thought was the one who survived. Instead, it was Ling Xiao, who was looked down upon by everyone. A disciple from a sect that was looked down upon by everyone. A new disciple who had just risen recently. A person whose appearance many people had never seen before. He had actually killed the third-ranked core disciple of the three southern sects in front of so many people in the capital of Northern Han. On Ling Xiao's face, there was even a mocking smile. If not for heartbroken sorrow's sneak attacking him from behind, perhaps the result wouldn't have been like this. These years, the Yuehua school had been too cowardly. However, some sects had been too insolent, to the point that they had forgotten that the world of martial artists was like sailing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Senior apprentice Brother Bai actually died? The disciples of the three southern sects had completely collapsed. They couldn't believe the scene before their eyes. Only the blink of an eye had passed. They didn't even have the time to swallow their saliva. The senior apprentice Brother Bai that they worshipped and admired had actually died. The chief core disciple of the Poison King sect. Humph. That's all there is to it. Your mouth is quite powerful, but it's a pity that your hands are lacking. Ling Xiao looked at the disciples of the three southern sects provocatively as he sneered. His words caused the pupils of the disciples of the three southern sects to contract. Their expressions of anger were completely exposed. This was definitely a provocation. An absolute humiliation. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They had just insulted the Yuehua school and Ling Xiao. Now, they were just receiving the same treatment. The disciples of the three southern sects stared at Ling Xiao. If looks could kill, Ling Xiao would have died hundreds of times already. Who knows what kind of tricks you used? Could it be that the disciples of the Yuehua school are all so arrogant and despicable? Zhao Yu seemed to feel that he had to stand up at this time. After all, he had a deal with the three southern sects, and even the holy son of the Poison King sect. He had to stand up for heartbroken sorrow. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He really didn't know how this person became the crown prince. Such shamelessness was the pinnacle. However, After thinking about it carefully, it was normal. If one didn't have a thick skin and didn't know how to be a crown prince, they wouldn't have been able to become the crown prince. Why? Does your highness want to have a go with me? Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Yu contemptuously, his face full of sarcasm. Zhao Yu was so frightened by these words that he fell back onto his seat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was only a martial vein cultivator, a far cry from grief-broken intestines. How could he dare to fight Ling Xiao? Wouldn't that be courting death? This crown prince disdains to fight with people like you. He held back for a long time and finally squeezed out such a useless sentence. Humph, if you don't even have the courage to fight with me, then shut your mouth and be a good boy with your tail between your legs. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and said, You seem to be mistaken about one thing. In the mystic world, it's not about who has the most power or influence. Here, strength is everything. Zhao Yu's whole body trembled. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. Who the hell was this Ling Xiao from the Yuhua school? How dare he do this? Whoever helps this crown prince accept this kid's challenge, if he wins, I'll reward him with 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He'll also be given a high position and a generous salary, and eternal wealth. Zhao Yu shouted in a trembling voice. He was forced into a corner, and had no choice but to ask the people in the stands for help. Although such a reward was very generous, it was still more important than their lives. Most people lowered their heads, not daring to look at Ling Xiao and Zhao Yu's eyes. Ha ha ha, all of you have a glib tongue and are good at insulting others. But when it comes to fighting, all of you are cowards. Is this the three sects of the South? How useless! How dare you insult our Yuhua school? In the future, when you see our Yuhua school's disciples, you'd better walk with your head down, or you'll be laughed at. Ling Xiao had always been a vengeful person. If others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke them either. However, if someone provoked him, then sorry, he would definitely return the favor 10-fold or 100-fold. He had heard what these people said just now, and each sentence was worse than the last. Now, it was time to collect the debt. Chapter 706. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Let me see what you're capable of. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and beard stood out. A celestial realm elite! Ling Xiao sneered and said. Which sect are you from? Poison King sect. Poison King sect again? Does the Poison King sect only produce such shameless people? You're already so old, and a celestial realm martial artist actually wants to make things difficult for a 15-year-old kid like me. You really have the nerve to stand out. Is there no one else in the Poison King sect? Ling Xiao mocked. Kid, you'll shut up after I kill you. The old man with white hair and beard blushed, but at that moment, he could not care less. He thought that as long as he killed Ling Xiao, everything would be fine. However, the moment he jumped out, a figure was faster than him. Boom! The old man was sent flying with blood all over his body, crashing heavily on the ground. Then, his head tilted to one side and he stopped breathing. Sister Moon Maiden, you're too fast. I haven't even finished speaking. He deserves to die, the Moon Maiden said coldly. Then, she stood next to Ling Xiao without saying a word and just looked at everyone indifferently. Sigh, what a pity. A celestial realm elite actually died just like that. That's why I said that one should never be shameless. You want to kill others, but have you ever thought about how others will deal with you? Ling Xiao sighed, then looked at Zhao Yu and said, Your Highness, where's my reward? Gulp. Zhao Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly ordered someone to bring over the reward. Oh, it's actually the inner core of a sea serpent beast at the level of a feral king. Thank you, thank you. Ling Xiao was in a good mood right away. He put the items into his storage ring and shouted at the spectator stands. Yuhua school disciples, listen up. The Yuhua school of today is no longer what it used to be. If you encounter any trouble outside, such as being bullied by people from other sects, you can inform the sect directly. The Yuhua school will always be your strongest support. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated in return. If they bully you, I'll kill them." Finished speaking, he ignored the gazes of worship from the Yuehua School's students. Holding the Moon Maiden's hand, he leapt away, leaving the capital of Northern Han. Now that he had all the materials, what he needed to do next was to refine the spirit liquid. Then, he would try his best to raise his cultivation base and the 12 golden lotus arts. In the quiet cave residence, Ling Xiao spent a full 2 hours refining the golden leaf wolf-tail grass, the mist flower and the sea serpent beast's inner core into about a small bowl of golden liquid. Don't be fooled by the small amount. This was a spirit liquid worth over 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to afford it. Ling Xiao was fortunate that he could refine the spirit liquid himself. Otherwise, it would have been an enormous expense for him. After all, no matter how rich he was, he only had about 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. Spending 5 million in one go really made his heart ache. With the assistance of the infernal flame, refining the spirit liquid became much easier. After refining for 2 hours, Ling Xiao was still full of energy, without the slightest trace of exhaustion. Immediately after, he threw the rest of the medicinal ingredients into the golden liquid, using the treasure-grade pill furnace that he had previously obtained to refine the spirit liquid. Another hour passed. The originally golden liquid had increased by quite a bit. However, it had only increased from a small bowl to a large bowl. The color was still golden, with only a few red spots. Just by standing near the pill furnace, one could feel the abundant energy emitted by the spirit liquid. This kind of energy was too frightening. If directly consumed, one's body would definitely explode and die. Therefore, it could only be used to make the spirit liquid and soak in it. Ling Xiao mixed the golden spirit liquid into the bathtub according to a certain ratio, creating a tub of spirit liquid. The water used was not ordinary water, but spirit spring water that was rich in spiritual energy and various minerals. This way, the effects of soaking in the liquid would be better. The instant the spirit liquid was dropped into the water, the entire tub of water turned a beautiful golden color. Warm sunlight shone down from the light-gathering formation, causing the entire Immortal's Cave to turn into a golden world. Ling Xiao took off his clothes and sat in the water, beginning to cultivate the 12 golden lotus arts. If his estimations were correct, as long as he could cultivate the 12 golden lotus arts to the 5th layer and comprehend the power of the 5th heavenly phenomenon, his cultivation would advance to the half-step Empyrean realm. He had not refined this spirit liquid for nothing. Just the materials he had purchased in the capital of Northern Han were already worth 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. If he were to add in the precious medicinal ingredients he had taken out from his storage ring, even 10 million low-grade spiritual stones would not be enough to stop him from spending so much. If he still couldn't advance to the half-step Empyrean realm, then he would be a failure. Within the wooden tub, the golden spirit liquid swayed slightly, even starting to bubble and mist. A large amount of energy was entering Ling Xiao's body through his pores. Ling Xiao's chest rose and fell rhythmically, his breathing following a certain rhythm. As time passed, the energy began to merge into his meridians and blood, slowly circulating throughout his body. In that instant, Ling Xiao's entire body was like a golden Buddha, emitting a dazzling metallic luster. Perhaps because he felt the barrier to his cultivation begin to loosen, Ling Xiao's face revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, the image of the pestilence demon king appeared behind him, releasing the poisonous miasma that he had absorbed from sorrow-heartbreak. If bystanders were to see this scene, they would definitely jump in fright. There was actually someone who dared to cultivate in this kind of environment. This was simply courting death. However, the poisonous miasma did not pose any threat to Ling Xiao. On the contrary, it formed a connection with the bewildering mist flower and the sea serpent beast's nidin, causing the mist within the cave to become even denser. Within Ling Xiao's mountain river martial spirit, a faint mist began to form. The embryonic form of the 5th lotus petal gradually appeared on the golden lotus. Although it was still very indistinct and extremely unstable, it had appeared. This was a good start. Ling Xiao did not have the Moon Maiden come over to help. This was because asking others to help when encountering difficulties would easily lead to laziness. This would be extremely detrimental to a martial artist's development. At the same time, more and more energy entered Ling Xiao's body from the tub. The rising mist also mixed into the mist within the cave. The entire cave was completely immersed in a world of dense mist. Nothing could be seen. Ling Xiao had completely entered a state of cultivation. He was so focused that he forgot to eat and sleep, even forgetting the time outside. 1 day. 2 days. Time passed quickly, and the day of the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival was getting closer and closer. While Ling Xiao was cultivating, the disciples of the other sects did not stop either. The pressure on the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty was greater than his. These people were also giving their all. No one wanted to lose to others in the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival. Chapter 707. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao's eyes slowly opened. His bright eyes had a hint of mist in them. Success. 12 Golden Lotus Arts has broken through to the 5th stage and comprehended the 5th type of heavenly phenomenon, fog heavenly phenomenon. Not only that, but his cultivation had also officially entered the half-step heavenly venerable realm. This was an extremely significant breakthrough. In the past, when he fought a half-step heavenly venerable with a 9th layer transcendent realm cultivation, he had to enter his human dragon form unless there were special circumstances. Moreover, he had to enter his 10th form. Ling Xiao had no confidence in such a battle because if he lost, there would be no way out. He would have to enter his ancient golden dragon form. However, once he entered his ancient golden dragon form, he might face a bloody pursuit and slaughter. At that time, it would be really troublesome. Therefore, he had to have full confidence in a battle. This was to improve his cultivation. On the day he came out of seclusion, he heard that Lan Yu had also broken through to the half-step heavenly venerable realm, Lin Hao had reached the peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm, and Dai Yuling had also reached the peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm. These two were now direct competitors. However, it could be considered a healthy competition. As for Zhao Ji, his progress during this time should be the greatest. His cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 8th layer transcendent realm. Among the top 10 core disciples, he was ranked second only to Dai Yuling. However, when they saw Ling Xiao, they still couldn't believe their eyes. "Senior brother Ling, you're too amazing. I thought I was getting closer and closer to you, but you suddenly became a half-step heavenly venerable. The gap between us has widened again." Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Ling Xiao thought to himself, isn't this nonsense? For the sake of increasing my cultivation, how many spiritual stones have I spent? I even went to the capital of Northern Han to fight. If I can't increase my cultivation as quickly as you, then wouldn't that be too shameful? There were only 5 days left until the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. Wu Xiang summoned the 10 core disciples of Yuhua School to the meeting room. According to the rules of the Sacred Dynasty's Martial Arts Festival, each of the 12 sects can send a maximum of 100 disciples to participate. It is divided into preliminaries and finals. The location of the preliminaries is the True Devil Forbidden Area, which is the former True Devil Empire's palace. That place is filled with danger, but it is also full of opportunities. Wu Xiang reminded. The preliminaries will eliminate most of the disciples. In the end, the 12 sects will only have around 200 people left. The location of the finals will be the capital of the Sacred Dynasty, Sky Dragon City. The preliminaries will start the day after tomorrow, so you guys should prepare a little and leave today. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they were waiting for Ling Xiao to come out of seclusion, this time would have been brought forward. Wu Xiang had the highest expectations for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao appeared very calm and composed. He stood there without revealing the slightest trace of a martial artist's aura. It was as if he was a part of nature. But the more ordinary it looked, the more reassuring it was. Concealing one's divine aura was not something an ordinary person could do. Before, Ling Xiao didn't have much confidence in defeating Jian Wuji, unless he entered the ancient golden dragon form, and he might even have to use the seal card. But now, he had 90% confidence that he could defeat Jian Wuji. As for the Holy Sun, he also had 50% confidence. But this confidence was not enough. He still needed to improve. And the true Devil Forbidden area mentioned in the preliminaries was the key to improving his strength in the next stage. That place was the preliminaries, but it was also an opportunity. In addition, each martial artist can only enter the true Devil Forbidden area once. I don't know why, but if you go in for the second time, you will be thrown out by a very terrifying force. So you guys are lucky? The top 50 martial artists will not participate in this preliminaries. They are considered as seeded contestants. Wu Xiang continued. For most of our sex participants, after participating in the preliminaries, they may not have the chance to move forward. But I hope that everyone can gain something in the true Devil Forbidden area. Sect leader, we will work hard, Zhao Ji said excitedly. He was very happy to be able to raise his cultivation to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer before the Martial Arts Festival. He didn't expect to enter the top 100. As long as he could get a good result in the preliminaries, it would be enough. Haha, don't be too pressured. This time, as long as 2 of our Yuehua school can enter the finals, it will be considered an improvement. Wu Xian was actually a little embarrassed when he said this. Because the 2 best results of the Yuehua school were only 1 person who entered the finals. In the end, they didn't enter the top 100. It was too embarrassing to say it out loud. It was no wonder that the people outside the sect looked down on the Yuehua school. Senior Brother Wu, Senior Brother Ling should be qualified to become one of the new 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. When that time comes, our Yuehua school will gain a lot of face, Ling Hao said excitedly. By the way, speaking of this, Junior Brother Ling, are you confident in defeating Jian Wuji? Wu Xiang didn't dare to ask about the Holy Sun because he wasn't confident in himself. I'm 100% confident. An 80% chance was 100% for Ling Xiao. Junior Brother Ling, you might not know this, but Jian Wuji recently made a breakthrough. It's said that he's already a half-step heavenly venerable with 90% strength. This means that the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty have all reached 90% strength. The only difference is in martial arts, strength, and combat experience, Wu Xiang reminded. With his aptitude, it's normal for him to make a breakthrough. There's nothing strange about it. I've already counted myself in, Ling Xiao said indifferently. To be honest, Senior Brother Wu, my goal has always been the Holy Sun. As for Jian Wuji, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't bother with him. Hearing this, Wu Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. How much strength was this junior brother of his hiding? He didn't even put Jian Wuji in his eyes. The rest of the core disciples were shocked. In their eyes, the Holy Sun was absolutely invincible. Now, someone wanted to challenge the Holy Sun, and it was someone of the same generation as them. Was he really that strong? Or was he just bluffing? Ling Xiao didn't care what they thought. He was only a half-step heavenly venerable with 10% strength because he hadn't fully absorbed the spiritual liquid and the energy left by the human king at the bottom of the sea. After this preliminary round, he estimated that he could make a breakthrough in his cultivation. In the finals, it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach half-step heavenly venerable with 50% strength. It might even be higher. After all, it was hard to say what he would encounter in the true Devil Forbidden area. If he was lucky, it would be a big gain. Okay, you all go and get ready. We'll gather at the square in 15 minutes. Wu Xian was a little skeptical about Ling Xiao's words. He knew that Ling Xiao was strong, but could Ling Xiao really defeat the Holy Sun? It seemed to be a little too difficult. He had seen the Holy Sun before. Although he was still young, the Holy Sun's martial soul was definitely incomparably powerful. It might even be one of the 9 dragon souls of the primordial dragon kings. The higher one's cultivation was, the more one could understand this. Chapter 708. Of course, in Wu Xiang's opinion, the Holy Sun's strength and talent were obvious. Novel law, however, he couldn't see through Ling Xiao. In fact, he had wanted to see what level Ling Xiao had reached many times. However, his vision was always blurry, as if he couldn't see anything clearly. What secrets did Ling Xiao have? Even he was a little curious. However, he was just curious. He believed that with his relationship with Ling Xiao would definitely tell him when he could. After leaving Wu Xiang's place, Ling Xiao went to the Moon Lady's place. When he got there, he saw the Moon Lady reading an old book. "Sister Moon Lady, when did you become so studious?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "This is a book that I recently got. It has a more detailed definition of the 3 religions and 9 sects. Do you want to know?" The Moon Lady said. "It's the classification of sects, right? Isn't this used in ancient times? Is it still used now?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "Of course it is. It's just that the sects on the Sky Dragon continent are too weak, so you might not know about it," the Moon Lady replied. "Too weak? Sister Moon Lady, don't tell me that there isn't even a 9th-rate sect on the Sky Dragon continent?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He seemed to have heard that although the Yuehua school was an unrated sect, it could still be considered a 9th-rate sect. Why wasn't it the same when it came to the Moon Lady? "Maybe there is. I guess the Heavenly King sect can barely be considered a 9th-rate sect. The Aquamarine Palace can also reach this level. As for the other 10 sects, it's impossible," the Moon Lady replied. "That's ridiculous." Ling Xiao was stunned. The 3 religions and 9 sects. There were only 2 sects in the Sky Dragon continent that could possibly reach the 9th sex. This was too shabby. Too many things have happened during my long slumber. The Sky Dragon continent is really dying. Fortunately, the appearance of the mountain river Martial Soul has revived the continent. I hope it will get better in the future. The Moon Maiden sighed. "Big Sister Moon Maiden, how are the 3 religions and 9 sects categorized? Is there no record of it?" Ling Xiao was very interested in this. "The words recorded in this book are also unclear, but based on the words, I can deduce the general requirements of a 9th-rate sect." The Moon Maiden thought for a moment and said, "Firstly, there must be at least 1 Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Besides that, there must be at least 3 Quasi-Grotto Heaven Realm experts. Lastly, there must be at least 100 Sky Realm experts. This is the most basic requirement. There are also martial arts and economic requirements, which I am not very clear about. TSK, if we don't count Big Sister Yuanu, the Yuehua school is indeed far from being a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. They do have 1 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, but none of them are at the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm. There are also less than 20 Celestial Realm martial artists." Ling Xiao was speechless. "That's right, and this is just the armed forces. I haven't counted the rest yet." The Moon Maiden nodded. "Sai, if the Yuehua school is not even a Sky Realm martial artist, then my Divine Sword sect is not even worth mentioning." Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He took the book from the Moon Maiden and glanced at it. He found that in addition to the division of sects, there were also some myths and legends in this book. These stories might not be true, but there should be a source. According to the book, the mystic world was one of the trillions of worlds ruled by the gods. In the eyes of the gods, the mystic world might be a speck of dust, a drop of water, or an inconspicuous single-celled animal. A speck of dust was a world, and a drop of water was a world. The book also said that when the mystic world was first born, it was chaos, and there were no living creatures. Later, a god came to this world and felt that it was too desolate, so he created wild beasts. Among them, the most successful was the dragon race. The Dragon Emperor and the 9 great dragon kings were originally the guardians of this god. After doing these things, he left, and the book called him Beast God. Later, a pair of brother and sister came. They found that the wild beasts in the mystic world were too cruel and unfriendly, so the brother used his divine power to create plants, and was called Nature God. The sister saved a weak race and taught them the way of martial arts. This race later became the human race, so the sister was also called human god. However, the mystic world was only a stop on their journey, and they soon left. After that, the mystic world began to develop on its own, and the humans were forced to the brink of extinction by the wild beasts. At this time, the human king appeared. According to the book, the human king was not a god, but he did come from another world. He created a martial soul cultivation method and built a systematic martial arts foundation with his subordinates. This made the human race even stronger. Under his leadership, the human race defeated the wild beasts. Later, the alien race invaded, and the human race and the wild beasts were once again faced with the danger of extinction. This time, the losses were too great. Although the alien race was driven away, the human king mysteriously disappeared, and the 12 immortals died tragically on the battlefield. The 9 great dragon kings were also killed by the alien race. The human race's martial arts fell into a broken state. The wild beasts fell into a deep sleep. The reason why the mystic world was split into 13 continents was that the accumulated power of that battle caused a terrible earthquake, causing the oceanic plates to shift greatly. Ling Xiao was also clear about the history after that. Most of the time, the people on the 13 continents did not interact with each other. Until the appearance of the true demon empire, everything changed. Then, the current situation occurred. The things in the book, the more detailed the records were and the more realistic they were. The records of the ancient era had elements of imagination and myth. But it could not be denied that they were fake, because there were also some martial artists in the mystic world who liked to explore and archaeology. They had obtained a lot of evidence to prove that the things recorded in the book were true. If it was true, what was the heavenly dragon continent? What was the mystic world? A grain of dust in a trillion? A grain of water in a trillion? A world that the gods could destroy at any time? This was too terrifying. Ling Xiao shook his head. Although these things were terrifying, for the current Ling Xiao, it did not seem to have much meaning. The only thing he could do now was to become stronger. Continue to become stronger. Step out of the heavenly dragon continent first. Perhaps when he reached the divine phoenix continent, he could find out more secrets. Speaking of which, the 9 great dragon king martial spirits are actually the martial spirits of the little pets raised by the gods. But the origin of the mountain and river martial spirit is a bit strange. The human king could have come from outside the mystic world and not belong to the mystic world. No wonder the mountain and river martial spirit could easily swallow and transform the ancient hell dragon martial spirit. Just as Ling Xiao was pondering, the little butterfly in the mountain and river martial spirit gently flapped its wings. Chapter 709. This little butterfly that had almost been forgotten by Ling Xiao had only flapped its wings lightly, but it had caused a huge change in the situation. Of course, this change happened outside the mystic world, so Ling Xiao definitely couldn't sense it. All he could sense was the special aura emitted from the little butterfly's body, which actually allowed his cultivation to increase by 1 level. 20% of his strength, half-step heavenly venerable. How could it be so easy to advance? Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. It seemed that this little butterfly had some kind of special connection with the mountain and river martial spirit. And it definitely wasn't something ordinary. The improvement brought by a light flap of its wings was almost on par with the spirit liquid that Ling Xiao had spent tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones to concoct. It was simply heaven-defying. You actually advanced? The Moon Maiden was also a little surprised. She had never heard that just looking could increase one's cultivation. That's right, I advanced, but not because of it, but because of something else. By the way, Sister Moon Maiden, are you going to the Sacred Dynasty's Martial Arts Festival? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, because I also want to know the strength of the Sacred Emperor and the Heavenly King Sect Master. There was no first place, and there was no second place in martial arts. The Yin-Yang Realm Moon Maiden had encountered a powerful demon king before, but now, she was almost invincible. This wasn't a good feeling, so she hoped to see more experts. It was true that the heavenly dragon continent had declined, but since the mountain and river martial spirit had reappeared on the heavenly dragon continent, there might be stronger cultivators. However, the Moon Maiden didn't go with Ling Xiao and the others this time. Perhaps she felt that staying by Ling Zhao's side would affect Ling Zhao's improvement. After all, once a person had a backer, it was easy to gradually learn to be lazy. Ling Xiao respected and understood the Moon Maiden's choice. Then, under the leadership of Wu Xiang, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, Wang Han Tianzuan, and Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye, hundreds of Yuehua school disciples selected from the inner sect boarded the Moonlight Treasure's ship and headed to the True Devil Forbidden area. Just as they were about to leave the sect, a fierce and hateful gaze stared at the Moonlight Treasured ship. It was cold and ruthless. This cold and hateful gaze didn't escape Ling Zhao's soul power. That was the gaze of the Flame Deity. As for Empyrean Demon Flame, Ling Xiao had considered whether or not he should strike first to gain the upper hand. But the problem was that he no longer had his spirit body. He definitely wasn't a match for Empyrean Demon Flame. Although Wu Xiang and the Moon Maiden could kill the Flame Deity, the Flame Deity hadn't done anything to betray the sect during this period of time. Killing him for no reason was no different from killing Chan Yueli and the others in the past. Because of this, the Flame Deity was still alive. However, this person had been keeping a very low profile recently and had been cultivating madly in seclusion. However, no matter how much he cultivated, he realized that Ling Zhao's strength was getting closer and closer to his. Now, he felt a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Especially after carefully studying Ling Zhao's growth trajectory, he felt even more uneasy. It had only been half a year since Ling Xiao had joined the Yuehua school, but everything this person did made people have a whole new level of respect for him. He dominated the outer sect and became the #1 outer sect disciple. He dealt with the Plague Demon King and was silently favored by the Moon Maiden. After that, he broke the 100,000-year record in the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda and completely established his power, causing their sect to lose all power and influence. Even the Moonlight Fairy had helped him. Then, he became a core disciple and killed the Yuehua school's #1 genius of the new generation, Ming Tian. During the 4-sect competition, he shocked the world with his battle and defeated the Beast King Palace's Decepticons and the Sword King sect's Chen Ming. What was even more frightening was that when the Holy Sun came to denounce him, this kid didn't reduce his might at all. He even chased the Holy Sun and the others out of the Yuehua school. Now, the outside world was saying that Ling Xiao would definitely become one of the new Sacred Dynasty's 6th young masters during the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival. He was able to defeat Jian Wuji and even challenge the Holy Sun. The Flame Deity couldn't stay calm anymore because of these terrifying records. He had originally wanted to continue improving his cultivation until he surpassed Wu Xiang and the Moon Maiden. Then, he would be able to trample on these people. However, from the looks of it, Ling Xiao might have already surpassed him before he could surpass those two people. Therefore, he definitely couldn't continue sitting around and waiting for death. He returned to the Volcano Palace, where a man in black was waiting. "Go back and tell that lord that I accept his suggestion," the Flame Deity said coldly to the man in black. "That's right. You should know that without our help, you won't be able to obtain the Yuehua school, let alone kill Ling Xiao. Goodbye." The man in black smiled, turned around, and left the Volcano Palace. He quickly fled into the distance. "There's no other way. Even if I become a demon, I have to get rid of this Ling Xiao. Otherwise, I'll never have a day of peace." The Flame Deity gritted his teeth and sat down cross-legged again. Black flames burned behind him. Crimson Desert, True Devil Forbidden Area. The mournful red sun shone down on the earth, giving off a strange feeling. The terrifyingly high temperature caused the air to distort like water. Withered bones and broken weapons could be seen everywhere on the ground. A gorgeous treasure ship flew over from the distance. Sitting on it were the people from the Yuehua school. "Sect Master, let the Moonlight Treasure ship land. The airspace near the True Devil Forbidden Area is very dangerous." We can't continue flying. It's not far away anyway. Heavenly Eye was a veteran and had been here before, so he was more familiar with the situation here. When they approached, he reminded Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang nodded and controlled the Moonlight Treasure's ship to land. Asterisk hoo hoo hoo, asterisk the wind in the desert was raging, mixed with a thick smell of blood. Even if a transcendent realm cultivator had true chi to protect their body, they still felt a little suffocated in this environment. Be careful. Strange things often happen in the Crimson Desert. It's said that the souls of the true Devil Empire are causing trouble here. Emperor and Heavenly Eye reminded everyone as he made his preparations. However, right at this moment, a huge black shadow appeared in the midst of the raging winds, charging towards them at high speed. Not good, it's the Black Devil's shadow. Ling Xiao had heard of the Black Devil's shadow before. One could think of it as a natural disaster or a kind of demon. Because the Black Devil's shadow had merged with the souls of the dead, it made the original Black Devil's shadow even more ferocious and intelligent. The most terrifying thing was that wherever the Black Devil's shadow attacked, all living beings would turn into withered corpses without a trace of blood. Quick! Everyone, use your strength to blast this Black Devil's shadow away, or we'll all die! Heavenly Lord Heavenly Eye roared and began to gather his power. The others did not dare to be negligent and desperately gathered their strength. Asterisk boom! Asterisk the attacks of more than 200 people, including Grotto Heaven realm experts, only pushed the Black Devil's shadow back a few dozen meters. Chapter 710. Not good! We're too unlucky. How could we encounter such a thing? Looks like we can only return. Heavenly Eye frowned and turned around to order everyone to retreat. However, at this moment, a butterfly appeared on Ling Xiao's shoulder. With a light flap of its wings, the ferocious Black Devil's shadow completely disappeared. The butterfly appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Ling Xiao only sensed it slightly, let alone the others. Everyone just felt lucky that the Black Devil's shadow disappeared inexplicably, and they finally survived the robbery. Look over there, that's the true Devil Forbidden Land. Heavenly Eye pointed at the huge black tornado in the distance and said, it was said that only when the black tornado opened could one enter the true Devil Forbidden Land. Moreover, it opened in the same year as the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. In fact, the reason why the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival was held during this time was because the true Devil Forbidden Land opened during this time. There were many figures near the huge black tornado. Although they were too far away to see clearly, it was certain that almost all the people from the 12 sects had arrived. The true Devil Forbidden Land will open in a few hours. Let's go over. Wu Xiang waved his hand and everyone quickened their pace. Each of them used their movement techniques and moved closer to the black tornado. Not long after, the Yuhua School's group arrived near the black tornado. Ling Xiao raised his head to take a look. This black dragon was really like a black divine dragon, as if it was going to break through the sky. It was at least a few hundred meters tall, and its top couldn't be seen at all. Its diameter was estimated to be at least a few thousand meters, so it was definitely not small inside. At this time, many sects had set up camp near the black tornado. Because the preliminaries might last for 2 days or even longer, they could not sleep in the open all the time. The date of the finals was set according to the preliminaries. Basically, after the preliminaries ended, the day of the finals would be the day of the finals. This was mainly because the date of the preliminaries was not fixed. Many people came out after a while, and some people could not come out for a day or two. The true Devil Forbidden Land was similar to the Moonlight Pagoda, but it was obviously more dangerous. Moreover, people would really die, and they would not be teleported out after death. Coupled with the fact that there were so many people participating, the possibility of an accident was even greater. In terms of numbers, there were thousands of people in the vicinity of the Black Dragon tornado. Some of them were disciples participating in the preliminaries, while others were experts leading their teams. They were all dressed differently. Although some of their clothes were of the same color, the styles and logos on them were all different. This was also to show that they came from different sections. The people from the Sword King sect had arrived much earlier than the Yuhua school, but there were only a few disciples participating. Chen Meng and Jian Feng were among them. The rest were the core disciples who were in closed-door cultivation during the four-faction martial competition. Jian Wuji didn't come, and there was no need for him to come. As one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, he had already participated in the preliminaries of the True Devil Forbidden Zone. This time, he could directly enter the finals. The people from the Beast King Palace had also arrived, including Ying Wuya, Decepticons, Shi Jiao, Wang Lang, Li Hu, and others. Ying Wuya gave off a completely different feeling. Who knew what this kid had experienced? Not only had he become more reserved, but he also had a very sharp and terrifying aura. Half-step Heavenly Venerate with 50% strength. How did he advance so quickly? Lan Yu was shocked. You can tell just by looking at the fact that he's missing an eye and an arm. He must have participated in some extremely dangerous trial. With such effort, there will surely be some sort of reward. This Brad isn't easy to deal with. His current strength is probably much stronger than Chen Meng and the tyrannical Sky Tiger. Senior Sister Lan, if you encounter him, remember not to fight recklessly, Ling Xiao reminded. And Lan Yu didn't doubt Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao had never misjudged anything. But then again, although Ying Wuya was strong, there were many unfamiliar faces that were even more terrifying. Among the thousands of young disciples participating in the preliminaries, except for the Yuhua school, all of them were at least in the Transcendent Realm 9th stage. Among them, 70% were half-step Heavenly Venerates. And more than 30% were half-step Heavenly Venerates with 50% strength. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that there were more than a dozen half-step Heavenly Venerates with 70% or 80% strength. This was really a gathering of talents and masters. If the mere preliminaries had such a level of strength, what would happen in the finals? No, I really need to improve my cultivation. Ling Xiao looked at the Black Dragon Scroll. Whether or not he could have a better chance of winning in the finals would depend on whether he could obtain some benefits from the Black Dragon Scroll. Wu Xiang suddenly said to everyone with a serious face, "When you enter the True Devil Forbidden area, remember to be careful. If you can't fight with your strength, immediately retreat. As long as you don't die, the secret technique scroll that injured you will be able to bring you out." I really didn't expect there to be so many masters in a mere preliminaries. Senior Brother Wu, with Senior Sister Lan's strength, if she was in the last martial arts festival, what would her rank be? Ling Xiao asked very cautiously. Wu Xiang replied, "In the last martial arts festival, the worst of the top 100 were half-step Heavenly Venerates with 50% strength. The top 50 were half-step Heavenly Venerates with 70% strength, and the top 20 were half-step Heavenly Venerates with 80% strength. As for the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, except for Jian Wuji, all of them were half-step Heavenly Venerates with 90% strength. No wonder these people are so strong!" Ling Xiao clenched his teeth. There were really many masters. Any of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty could break through to the Celestial Realm in the Martial Arts Festival. At that time, they would really be invincible. According to the rules of the Martial Arts Festival, all martial artists under the age of 20 could participate. Once someone reached the Celestial Realm, they would definitely be the strongest of the new generation. Junior Brother Ling, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time, but I still think I should say it. You said that you want to challenge the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, but that's only before they reach the Celestial Realm. Once they reach the Celestial Realm, your chances will be slim," Wu Xiang said after a moment of silence. "I understand." Ling Xiao nodded. In fact, he had considered this matter, but it was meaningless to worry about it blindly. If there was no other way, he could only rely on the power of the sealed land. Of course, he would try not to use the sealed land for this kind of competition. After all, it would be a bit too shameless. It's good that you understand. If you really can't defeat the Holy Sun, I'll find a way to help you. Wu Xiang patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Anyway, I won't let you be that little girl's slave. No! Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Senior Brother Wu, I've made a promise. Of course, I won't go back on it. Besides, don't worry. I said I'll defeat her, so I'll definitely win. He couldn't let Wu Xiang clean up after him. That would be too disloyal. Chapter 7:11. Seeing that Wu Xiang was about to say something, Ling Xiao hurriedly changed the topic and asked, Senior Brother Wu, tell us. Among the people who came this time, who do we need to pay attention to? Wu Xiang smiled bitterly and didn't dwell on the previous topic. Instead, he looked at the camp and said, The one wearing black clothes over there is Tang Jiu, the chief core disciple of the Tang sect, one of the 3 sects in the south. Although he is only 19 years old, he ranks 64th in the last martial arts festival. His cultivation has reached 60% of the half-step celestial venerate level. Tang Jiu is known as the Shadowless Killer because his hidden weapon skills are too terrifying. You are often killed by him in battle. He looks gentle on the surface, but he is actually very scary. He is ruthless and merciless. If you meet him, try to avoid him. Hearing Wu Xiang's words, Ling Xiao used his mountain river martial soul to analyze Tang Jiu's strength. He was shocked when he saw it. This person's cultivation was at 80% half-step heavenly venerable. Just as Wu Xiang had said, Tang Jiu looked like a rich young master on the surface, talking and laughing. However, Ling Xiao could see that this person had a vicious side to him. His aura was very dangerous. A wolf in sheep's clothing? That was probably the best way to describe this person. And that person over there. Wu Xiang continued to introduce the people who might be a threat to the Yuehua school's disciples. That person is called Liu Dao. His name is Yu Dao, but he is actually Wu Dao. He is the chief core disciple of Gu King sect, one of the 3 southern sections. He was ranked 66th in the last martial arts festival. His strength should be about the same as Tang Jiu's. People call him Wu Dao Master. He kills people like scything flax. He likes to plant goo in people's bodies. Junior Brother Ling, you killed Gu Duanchang. I'm afraid these 2 people will do you harm, so be careful. Ling Xiao used his mountain river martial soul to observe Liu Dao. This person was also at 80% half-step heavenly venerable, but slightly weaker than Tang Jiu. This person's performance was completely different from Tang Jiu's. Tang Jiu was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a beast that liked to disguise itself. However, Liu Dao released his terrifying killing intent and evil aura without any scruples. Even his fellow disciples did not dare to stand next to him, for fear of offending him and getting killed. Rumor has it that Liu Dao even planted a goo poison in his master because he thought it was fun, causing his master to die. This person was even more cruel than Tang Jiu. In fact, he was even more frightening than Tang Jiu. More than 10,000 people's death. Most importantly, everyone who died to be tortured to death to suffer to be tortured to the point of their lives to death. Somehow, Liu Dao sensed that someone was looking at him. He turned his head around instantly, and the terrifying murderous aura in his eyes made most of the Yuehua sect disciples tremble in fear. Some of them even knelt on the ground. Humph! Then, something even more terrifying happened. There was a golden silkworm in his mouth. Liu Dao smiled sinisterly. The golden silkworm in his mouth was aimed directly at Ling Xiao. Ha! Ling Xiao opened his mouth and shouted. The golden silkworm flew into the air and exploded into countless pieces. Liu Dao revealed a look of surprise. There were many people who could defend against his murderous aura, but there were very few who could block his sudden release of the golden silkworm goo. Interesting. Only such a person deserves to be my, Liu Dao's, best toy. He couldn't help but smile proudly, as if finding a good toy made him happier than anything else. This Liu Dao is indeed sinister. Wu Xiang looked at Liu Dao coldly and said, These 2 are the most dangerous people. Don't be fooled by their 64th and 66th place in the last competition. They might be in the top 50 or even the top 20 this time. You have to be careful. The other people you need to pay attention to are Yan Liahua, an inner disciple of the Profound Fire sect, ranked 51st in the last martial arts festival. He should have a flame martial spirit of nature, but it is unknown what kind of flame it is. However, he is definitely strong. Fortunately, he is not a bloodthirsty person. Just don't provoke him. Ye Qianxue, an inner disciple of the Heavenly King sect, ranked 55th in the last martial arts festival. His characteristics are very similar to Mo Wushang, one of the 6 young masters. He is good at secret soul techniques, and his martial spirit is an animal that can use illusion techniques. Junior brother Ling, you should pay attention to him. Although there is a big gap between him and Mo Wushang, their characteristics are similar. Luo Tianyu, an inner disciple of the Heavenly King sect, ranked 60th in the previous martial arts festival. He was best at movement techniques and was extremely fast. Among all the disciples who came this time, he was probably the fastest. Of course, junior brother Ling, you are an exception. Blue Fatty was an inner disciple of the Jade Water Divine Palace. Even though she was a woman, she didn't seem to mind being called a fatty. She was extremely powerful and extremely terrifying in the water. She could unleash 2 times more power than usual. She was ranked 70 in the previous Martial Path Festival. Snake Dowager, an inner disciple of the Jade Water Divine Palace. She is also a woman. She was ranked 79th in the last Martial Arts Festival. She is very scary. Although her ranking is not high, she is better than all the disciples of the Beast Palace in terms of using the snake martial spirit. She is also one of the people that you should not get close to. The people that Wu Xiang mentioned were all people that could attack the disciples of the Yuehua school. Although there were other experts, there was no need to introduce them in detail. However, this did not mean that they did not exist. It could be said that the top 100, or even the top 200 of the last martial arts festival, were a great threat to most of the disciples of the Yuehua school. Ha ha ha, it seems that we are a bit late. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from afar. Then, dozens of figures flew over. A sect that I have never seen before? Ling Xiao frowned. The clothes and insignia of these people did not belong to the 12 sects, but their aura was frighteningly strong. Sky Dragon Institute? Everyone was stunned when they saw the words written in gold on the backs of those people. Because no one had heard of the Sky Dragon Institute before. What are they doing? Moreover, there were a total of 10 people from the Sky Dragon Institute. 8 of them were leaders, 3 of them were Grotto Heaven Realm, and 5 of them were Sky Realm. Only 2 of them were contestants. One of them was the one who had just laughed. He was very tall and sturdy. He was more than 3 meters tall. He was a youth under the age of 20. Such a tall figure was probably related to his martial spirit or inheritance. The other person was a woman. She was dressed in an extremely charming manner. She had a sweet smile on her face, but her eyes revealed a ruthless look like that of a snake or scorpion. Chapter 712. I'm Army Breaker, a core disciple of Sky Dragon Institute. I've never participated in the Sacred Dynasty's Martial Arts Festival, so I came here to join in the fun. This is my junior sister, Feng Yaorao. She's also never participated in the Sacred Dynasty's Martial Arts Festival, but she should be qualified and in line with the rules. That robust youth seemed to have a cheerful personality. He didn't care if others were listening or not. He introduced himself, and the girl beside him. What a powerful aura! I'm afraid it's not inferior to Tang Jiao and Liu Dao. There's actually such a powerful young expert outside of the 12 sects? Lan Yu said in surprise. Army Breaker, why are you being so long-winded? Apart from the top 100, the rest are all trash. Is there a need to introduce them? Although Feng Yara was enchanting, her words weren't pleasant to hear. Moreover, it was very direct and hurtful. Junior sister, you can't say that. With our strength, I'm afraid that apart from 80% of our strength, any expert above half-step Empyrean would die. Army Breaker said with a smile. It's not easy for others. You don't have to be so hurtful. Humph, how am I as hypocritical as you? Today, I'll say it here. Whoever meets me, you'd better stay away. Otherwise, I'll kill without mercy. This Feng Yarao was obviously a charming girl, but her killing intent was frightening. Every time she opened her mouth, she would kill. She was really overbearing. What was the background of this Sky Dragon Institute? Ling Xiao was also puzzled. Junior sister, I heard that Yuehua school is very arrogant recently, especially that Ling Xiao. He actually defeated Sword King Section Meng and Beast King Palace's Decepticons. He even killed Poison King Sex Sad Heartbreak. What's more infuriating is that he didn't give face to the Holy Sun. What do you think? Army Breaker seemed to be deliberately stirring up trouble. Kill! Feng Yarao only said one word, but it was filled with hostility. Their voices were very loud. Not to mention the Yuehua school, the other sects also heard it. Hee, senior brother Ling, she's provoking you, Ling Hao said with a smile. This girl is very strong, and her origin is unknown. Junior brother Ling, you must be careful, Dai Yuling reminded. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, As I said before, those who humiliate me will be humiliated by others. I won't take the initiative to provoke anyone, but if they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me for being impolite. As expected of the young sect master, so domineering. The rest of the Yuehua school students were now following Ling Zhao's lead. Ling Zhao's strength was equivalent to the strength of the entire Yuehua school. This was extremely beneficial to them. This was because the rise of a sect would benefit all the disciples of the sect. Brother Ling, I'm here! At this moment, another group of people arrived from afar. It was the Divine Sword clan. However, they had learned their lesson this time. The Immortal Sword sect only sent one participant, and that was Long Chen. The current Long Chen's cultivation had already reached 10% of his strength, a half-step Empyrean, second only to Ling Xiao. As expected of the dragon race, his cultivation speed was even faster than Ling Xiao's. Of course, this was also related to the fact that their strength had been suppressed for too long, so once they came out, they would continue to release it. Once this suppressive force was released, the rate of increase would naturally slow down. Although Long Chen only had 10% of his strength, a half-step Empyrean, he was of the Golden Dragon race and possessed part of the ancient Golden Dragon's bloodline. Once he entered his divine dragon form, his strength would increase greatly. Hence, his strength was probably much stronger than his cultivation. Humph, another one has come to die! Li Yudao sneered. Tang Jiu, on the other hand, had a fake smile. Feng Yarao and Army Breaker had ruthless looks on their faces. It seemed that Long Chen had also become one of their targets. However, provoking Long Chen was definitely not a good choice. The strength of the Divine Dragon's defense was probably something that these people could not imagine. The Immortal Sword sect had set up camp near the Yuehua school, and the two sects had a very close relationship. After a period of time, the Black Dragon suddenly let out a high-pitched roar, which sounded like the roar of a divine dragon. Roar! Amidst the roar, a hole seemed to have been torn open in the middle of the Black Dragon. One could vaguely see the shadow of a building inside. The true Devil Forbidden area has been opened. Everyone, listen up. After entering, you may appear in different places, but don't panic. If you feel that your life is in danger, use the secret scroll to retreat. Don't be rash and don't panic. Before leaving, Wu Xiang carefully reminded everyone. Yes. Over 100 disciples of the Yuehua school accepted the order. Also, after entering, the rules are the same as in the Moonlight Pagoda. The more opportunities you encounter, the more benefits you get, and the better your results will be. At that time, your results will be displayed as a black tornado. The bigger the tornado, the better your results. The top 150 will meet up with the 50 seeded contestants to participate in the finals. Wu Xiang had once hoped to participate in the finals, but unfortunately, he couldn't because of Chang Yueli. However, he still had a basic understanding of the rules. As for why the black tornado would be displayed, no one could explain it. There was a saying that it was related to the giant black tornado outside, but no one could explain the specific relationship. In any case, there was no harm in using it as a reference, and it was very accurate, so it continued to be used. There's nothing else. I wish you all a safe journey. Wu Xiang actually had a lot to say, but the black tornado would only be open for about a week. Moreover, the further they went, the smaller the tornado would be. Entering early would naturally be beneficial. Ha ha ha, I'll leave first. You all can chat. Army Breaker laughed and took the lead to rush into the Black Dragon, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Feng Yarao glanced over and smiled faintly. Her smile was charming and also filled with killing intent. After that, her figure flashed and she also rushed in. Once they left, the others also became anxious. For a moment, all kinds of lights and figures continuously rushed towards the giant black tornado. It was a spectacular sight. The people of the Yuehua school and the Divine Sword sect were not anxious. If they squeezed in now, it would obviously lead to a conflict. In the end, they were directly kicked out before they even entered the black tornado. When most people had entered, the people of the Yuehua school began to enter one by one. Brother Ling, I'll be leaving first. Long Chen of the Divine Sword sect cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and also flew in. Good guy, this is really spectacular. Just the 12 sects already have so many genius disciples. I really don't know how many geniuses there are in the entire Heavenly Dragon continent. Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a rueful expression. After Long Chen entered, he also moved towards the black tornado. There was a saying, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. If it's yours, it's yours. If it's not yours, there's no meaning even if you rush in. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it won't change whether you enter early or late. Chapter 713. Chen Meng, Jian Feng, Ao Chu. Everyone else, listen up. The reason why our Sword King's sect has declined is because of the Yuehua school. So remember, no matter who you meet in the Yuehua school, as long as you can kill them, it doesn't matter if you can't enter the finals. Jian Wuji alone is enough. Especially remember, Ling Xiao must die. Kill the others if you can, but Ling Xiao must not be let go. You are no match for him. You can join forces with others. In short, he must not be allowed to come out alive. Chen Nanqing, the sect master of the Sword King sect, hated Ling Xiao and the Yuehua school to the core. He felt that even if Ling Xiao entered the finals, he would still lose to the Holy Sun. At that time, he would have to work like a horse for the Holy Sun. However, he felt that it would be too easy for Ling Xiao. Being a slave for such a delicate beauty, who was also a future holy emperor, was simply a blessing, not a torture. Therefore, he wanted Ling Xiao to die now. Chen Meng naturally had no objection. Ao Chu was a core disciple who had been in seclusion before. His friend had died at the hands of Ling Xiao, so he also would not refuse. Only Jian Feng furrowed his brows. He did not have a good life in the Sword King sect, but he had to listen to the sect master's order. It seemed that he could only take action. However, he would not use any despicable means. It would be better to directly attack. If he lost, it would be his own fault. If he won, it would be Ling Xiao's fault. As for the other disciples of the Sword King sect, they were completely under Chen Nanqing's command. Naturally, they would act according to his orders. Everyone had their own thoughts as they entered the True Devil Forbidden area. Golden Light glanced at Chen Nanqing and said to Wu Xiang in a low voice, Sect Master, I'm afraid that Chen Nanqing will do something to Ling Xiao. Not only Ling Xiao, that old man may target all the disciples of the Yuehua school. Wu Xiang said coldly. But that old bastard can't do it himself. If he does this, he might end up losing both his wife and his soldiers. That's true. Lan Yuer, Leng Hao, and Dai Yuling were not to be trifled with. Zhao Ji was also a decisive killer. As for Ling Xiao, he's never been the type to suffer losses. Whoever dares to provoke him will suffer the consequences. Golden Light Heavenly Sovereign smiled when he thought about what happened in Sword King's city. The mantis stalks the cicada, but it may not expect that it wasn't a cicada, but a monster with a cicada on its head. If it was eaten, it could only blame its stupidity. As soon as he entered the black dragon tornado, Ling Xiao felt his body involuntarily fly away with the wind. By the time he was able to stabilize himself, he realized that there was no one else around him. He was the only one left. He was now in a desert. The scorching sun shone on the desert, making him feel like his body was about to melt. What was strange was that in such an environment, there were actually plants that could survive. Damn, there's so much wolf's tail grass! When he took a closer look, he suddenly realized that there were patches of wolf's tail grass here. It looked very similar to wolf's tail grass, but its leaves were golden yellow. Moreover, the plant was very large and could survive almost anywhere. It was precisely because of its tenacious vitality that it was very useful when used to refine medicinal pills or spiritual liquids. There are actually over 100 stalks that are over 1,000 years old. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A stalk of wolf's tail grass was worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Previously, he had gone to the capital of Northern Han to purchase it. If these wolf's tail grass were refined into a gold leaf toughness pill, it could be used to replenish one's physical strength and increase one's survivability in harsh environments. Its value would increase by 10 times. A single pill would be worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this pill was only a low-grade Huang-grade medicinal pill. Ling Xiao could refine it. Most importantly, this thing was that even a Heaven Realm expert would be reluctant to part with it. After all, increasing one's survivability was very important. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao beckoned with his hand. Over 100 stalks of wolf's tail grass were stored in the mountain river realm. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave in search of another place, he suddenly felt something moving in the sand. Pung! A sandstorm that was over 10 meters tall rose from the sand pile. What appeared was actually a strange desert lizard. This fellow's body was too large, and most of it was buried in the sand. As soon as it appeared, the desert lizard rolled up a huge sandstorm and blasted it at Ling Xiao. This kind of monster had no intelligence. The only thing in its mind was slaughter. Ling Xiao slightly wrinkled his brows, and then a chi sword broke through the air. Clang! Although there was only one true origin chi sword, the feral was only a level 9 feral and had yet to reach the level of a feral king. As such, the true origin chi sword failed to pierce through it and did not even leave a scratch on it. All it did was disperse the sandstorm in the sky. What a strong defense, but it's useless! Ling Xiao shouted. The two chi swords condensed into one and shot out again. It contained a small amount of destructive will. Pu-chi. The destructive will was the most powerful thing about destruction. No matter how strong the defense was, it would be difficult to block this terrifying power. The giant desert lizard was cut in half by the chi sword, revealing a shiny golden nightin. Blood seeped into the desert. Ling Xiao put the monster core into his storage ring and continued on his journey. According to his judgment, the other participating cultivators might have encountered similar situations. However, everyone had different opportunities, so the dangers they encountered were naturally different. There were definitely many people who had been eliminated. Just as he inferred, the people who were eliminated one after another used secret scrolls to escape when they encountered danger. They thought that they didn't have the strength to deal with the powerful existence in front of them. However, these things had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. He just needed to quietly finish his journey. The true Devil Forbidden Area was indeed a forbidden area. After leaving the gold leaf wolf tail grass, Ling Xiao had only walked less than 500 meters when he encountered trouble. Suddenly, a group of scorpions that lived in the desert appeared. Although these scorpions weren't big, their numbers were terrifying. There were more than 10,000 of them, and all of them rushed toward Ling Xiao like a tide. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Rising Sun Sword Light! Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a sword light like the sun appeared above his head. Then countless sword lights shot toward the scorpions like a rainstorm. Wherever the sword light went, the scorpions were all destroyed, leaving behind a mess. Even the remaining ones fled without a trace. It seemed that these scorpions had some brains. They knew that the opponent in front of them couldn't be defeated, so they fled. The True Devil Forbidden Area included the imperial city of the True Devil Empire and the surrounding hundreds of miles. Because there were few people here, the scene from tens of thousands of years ago was basically preserved. The beasts that lived here, although not as strong as the great desolate beasts, were all incomparably strong. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was strong. Otherwise, whether it was the desert lizard or the desert scorpion, they could easily take his life. Chapter 7:14. One had to know that the giant desert lizard was a level 9 Transcendent Realm beast, which was equivalent to a level 9 Transcendent Realm cultivator, or even stronger. Although these scorpions were small in size, being only level 8 Transcendent Realm beasts, there were enough of them. Ordinary half-step heavenly venerables with 10% of their strength would probably die if they encountered them. If they didn't run, they would die. Ling Xiao could only hope that Dai Yuling and Ling Hao wouldn't encounter the same danger, otherwise, it would be difficult. As for the rest of the Yuhua school's disciples, Wu Xiang had said that they should run if they couldn't win. They were generally weak, so getting something was enough. There was no need to risk their lives. There probably wouldn't be many casualties. Those who might really die were probably those whose strength was either too high nor too low. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about these things, danger once again approached. He had no choice but to give up on his wild thoughts and re-enter the battle. This time, the beast he encountered was even stronger. It had reached the level of a half-step heavenly venerate king. What was even more terrifying was that this guy was extremely good at using the desert's terrain, making it impossible to guard against. In the end, Ling Xiao used his flying sword to follow it and kill it. Along the way, Ling Xiao encountered at least a dozen types of beasts. Each of them was extremely fierce, and the slightest carelessness could cause him to fail miserably. The most troublesome thing was that these beasts seemed to be very good at using the terrain, which made him sigh. However, because of these battles, his combat experience in special terrains increased a lot. It could be considered a big gain. Finally, after about an hour, Ling Xiao walked out of the desert and saw the ruins of the old city of the True Demon's Empire. Although the walls were dilapidated, most of the old city's outline could still be seen. He sped up and rushed near the old city. He found that one of the city walls was densely packed with weapons. Most of these weapons had already decayed and deteriorated, but there was one sword that was extremely eye-catching. It was a treasure sword with a frosty aura. Its quality was estimated to be an immortal-grade artifact, or even a divine-grade artifact. No matter what level of sword it was, for a martial artist like Ling Xiao who loved swords, it was naturally the most suitable weapon. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao did not act rashly. He circulated his mountain river martial spirit and carefully analyzed the situation of the wall. Only then did he feel fortunate that he did not act rashly. It turned out that the reason why this sword could not decay was because it had a special ability. It could cast ice and snow barrier, causing the entire wall to become extremely cold. Other weapons could not withstand this kind of cold and would basically shatter. Only it had been sealed in ice until now. Within the 12 golden lotus arts, there was a snow celestial phenomenon. Ling Xiao was preparing to comprehend it next. Previously, he felt that the ice dragon sword's attributes were compatible with the snow celestial phenomenon, but now, it seemed that this snow feather sword was more suitable. The snow feather sword was a celestial grade treasure weapon. Ling Xiao was able to use it at the moment, but he was unable to fully utilize its amplification effect. However, he was not far away from the celestial realm. As long as he reached the celestial realm, he would be able to fully utilize its power. At the very least, it would be the most suitable weapon for anyone below the celestial realm. However, if he wanted to obtain this treasured sword, he would first need to break through the ice and snow barrier. Otherwise, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. At that time, he would not be able to obtain the treasured sword and would even have to pay with his life. Breaking through the barrier was not a difficult task for Ling Xiao, but it still cost him over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and some special materials. Just as he was about to take the sword, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Ha ha ha, this thing belongs to us!" The voice laughed wildly as he pulled the snow feather sword out of the wall. In that instant, snowflakes floated down from the sky, and a terrifying cold air instantly froze the surrounding vegetation and walls. However, this martial artist was obviously prepared. Although his whole body trembled, he still put the snow feather sword into his storage ring. Ling Xiao originally had the opportunity to snatch it back, but this person was not alone. He had 3 other companions, all of whom were half-step Empyreans with 20% strength. In terms of cultivation, these people were similar to him. "Hee boy, I was going to kill you, but seeing that you have made such a great contribution for us, I will spare your life. It is actually a treasure sword of the immortal grade artifact level. I really did not expect it." The person who obtained the treasured sword was very excited and did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Although this person was obviously unable to control the snow feather sword for the time being, after taking it back to the sect, his elders would naturally help him. "It is a good thing, but unfortunately, you do not deserve to have it." Ling Xiao could still feel the terrifying ice and snow aura of the snow feather sword at this time. This ice-cold aura, as long as it was guided by a little bit of true essence, would erupt and cooperate with the owner to attack the enemy. The reason why a magic treasure was a magic treasure was because it contained a certain kind of power and special ability. As long as one was a martial artist, they could use these things to unleash great power or special combat effects. As long as this snow feather sword was activated, it could completely cooperate with the snow celestial phenomenon, causing the power of the snow celestial phenomenon to multiply. To Ling Xiao, this thing was a necessity. How could he let the other party take it away just like that? "Boy, what did you just say?" the leader of the 4 asked coldly. "I said that you are not worthy of possessing that sword. Return it to me and I can let you live. Otherwise, kill without mercy." Ling Xiao was willing to give the other party a chance, but it all depended on whether the other party was willing to seize it or not. "Ha ha ha, this kid must have lost his mind. He actually said that he would spare our lives? Brainless brat, just now I said that I would spare your life, but now cut off your own legs and we can spare your life. That's right, stinking brat, you actually dare to threaten us. Do you know how to write the word death? Hurry up, if you dawdle any longer, we will attack." The 4 of them looked at Ling Xiao mockingly, their faces full of mockery and contempt. It was as if Ling Xiao was already a dead man in their eyes. Ling Xiao's eyes were indifferent. Why do people always have to come to their deaths? I don't want to kill people, but some people are tired of living. He slowly took out the overflow rain sword, then looked at the 4 of them indifferently, and said casually, "I will give you one last chance. Leave your treasured sword and get lost immediately. Otherwise, stay here and never leave." Ling Gao's killing intent was more terrifying than Li Yidao's and more demonic than Tang Jiu's. This was because he had the martial soul of the ancestor of the assassins, the sword devil Yigushin. Ling Xiao no longer intended to give the other party a chance because they did not cherish the opportunity he gave them. "Kill him!" The 4 of them did not leave their treasured sword behind, nor did they choose to leave. Instead, they had the intention to kill. The person closest to Ling Xiao made the first move. He did not use a weapon, perhaps because he felt that Ling Xiao was not worthy of him using a weapon. This person directly threw out a kick. That kick immediately turned into a milky white wind and rushed towards Ling Xiao like a tornado. Chapter 7:15. Ling Xiao held the overflow rain sword in his hand, but he did not use it because the 4 of them were not worthy. The reason why he took out the overflow rain sword was to guard against the Oriole hiding in the dark. Puchi! A black gold chi sword flashed and instantly pierced through the warrior's head. Boom! The black gold flame burned and the man's head instantly turned into ashes. Seeing Ling Xiao so valiant, the remaining 3 were obviously stunned. "Leave the item and scram!" Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't be afraid of this brat. The three of us will deal with him together. I don't believe we can't kill him. It was obvious that people would die for wealth and birds would die for food. The three of them had completely lost their minds for the snow feather sword. Ling Xiao no longer had any mercy. Since they were looking for death, he could not let them go and let them leave with the snow feather sword. His right hand still held the overflow rain sword and was always on guard against sneak attacks. His left hand raised and a sharp black gold chi sword condensed. This was the effect of 9 chi swords fusing into one. Even if he did not use any moves, just a simple slash would make it difficult for the opponent to block. With a thrust of his sword, the cultivator who had rushed over screamed miserably, his entire body burning with raging flames as he let out a mournful scream, losing all signs of life. When the remaining two saw the situation, they knew something was wrong. They did not dare to continue attacking and turned to run. Humph, if you leave the treasured sword behind, you might be able to keep your lives. You actually tried to take the snow feather sword. You're courting death. Hell Dragon's sword. Ling Xiao roared and the black gold chi sword in his hand pierced through the air. It was actually a sword that killed 2 birds. The 2 who were running away were pierced by the black gold chi sword at the same time. A moment later, they were completely dead. The storage rings in their hands were all in Ling Xiao's hands without exception. However, probably because they knew the dangers of the true devil forbidden area, the storage rings of these guys only contained some physical strength, true yuan, and healing pills. There was nothing valuable. Fortunately, an ordinary storage ring was worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was not bad to sell it. Of course, the most important thing was that the snow feather sword was back in his hands, which was really satisfying. Originally, he had spent a lot of effort to break the ice and snow barrier to obtain this item. Now, someone actually wanted to reap without sowing. How could he agree to this? What a bunch of idiots! If they had left the snow feather sword behind, they could have at least kept their lives. A mere 20% of their strength is nothing in front of me. After speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly pointed his overflow rain sword at a wall and said coldly, Friend, you've been watching for a long time. Don't you want to come out and meet me? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so observant. The man laughed and came out from behind the wall. Not only am I observant, but my strength is also not bad. Since you saw the battle just now, you shouldn't have any other intentions, right? Ling Xiao looked at the strange-looking woman in front of him, and asked. He naturally knew this woman because she was the Jade Water Divine Palace's disciple Wan Shi that Wu Xiang had introduced him to before. At that time, Wu Xiang had said that this woman was ranked 79th in the previous martial arts festival. Her strength was terrifying. Although her ranking was not high, in terms of using the snake martial spirit, she was better than all the disciples of Beast King Palace. She was also one of the people who should not be approached. But now, not only did Ling Xiao approach her, but he also wanted to fight with her. Ha ha! Although you killed 4 cultivators of the same cultivation realm as you, and it looked very easy, your strength is not bad. But in my eyes it's nothing. Wan Shi smiled and shook her head. You gave them a chance just now, so I'll give you a chance too. Put down the sword and leave, and I won't take your life. You killed a disciple of Yuehua school? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Yes, a disciple of the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm begged for mercy in front of me, but I didn't give him a chance. After all, the head of a disciple of the 12 sects is very valuable in our Jade Water Divine Palace, so I cut off his head. Wan Shi pointed to the specially treated head on her waist and smiled. If you don't listen, you'll end up like him. Is that so? Unfortunately, I don't like to be manipulated by others. Ling Xiao put away the snow feather sword and took out the dense mist sword. The dense mist sword in his left hand and the overflow rain sword in his right. His opponent was not bad. Ling Xiao wanted to test the power of the fog celestial phenomenon. Also, you killed a disciple of Yuehua school. There's no way for us to be kind anymore. Ling Xiao added. Ha ha, what can you do to me? You may be the chief core disciple of Yuehua school, and you may have killed a disciple of Yuehua school, but I saw the battle. You just happened to restrain that idiot. Now I'll give you a chance. Leave the snow feather sword behind, or die." The snake dowager continued to smile. However, Ling Xiao could see a hint of caution in her smile. Given the snake dowager's personality, she wouldn't have let Ling Xiao go. It was only because she was afraid of Ling Xiao that she didn't want to fight Ling Xiao head-on. That was why she made such a decision. "It won't take much time to kill you. There's no need to talk nonsense." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Originally, I didn't want to kill another disciple of your sect so soon after killing a disciple of Yuehua school. But since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. It's just that you've probably heard of how terrifying I am. I won't let you die right away. I'll let my precious snakes bite your flesh inch by inch until you're nothing but bones. You'll definitely ******* because of this." The snake dowager's words were sinister and terrifying. Behind her, the phantom of a three-headed monster appeared. I've long heard that the Jadewater Divine Palace is related to the Oceanids. It seems that the rumors aren't baseless. Ling Xiao thought inwardly. The three-headed monster was a giant beast that lived at the bottom of the sea. It was said that this monster was born with 3 heads, and the more it cultivated, the stronger it would become. The most powerful of the clan actually had 9 heads, which was the Hydra. While he was thinking about this, the snake dowager had already activated her quintessential yuan to attack. She leapt up and blasted out with her palms. Her majestic quintessential yuan condensed into a millstone-sized palm print that smashed the surrounding walls into pieces. This kind of terrifying attack power was much stronger than that of Chen Meng and the Decepticons. To be able to enter the top 100 of the previous martial arts festival, the snake dowager's reputation was well-deserved. Die! Ling Xiao just watched indifferently. The bewildering mist sword in his hand trembled slightly, and a dense mist instantly filled the entire space. Then, a human-shaped sword energy faintly appeared in the mist. Strange? Why do I feel a chill on my neck? My clothes should be able to protect my neck. The snake dowager, who was in midair, suddenly felt a chill on her neck. She turned her head to look and unexpectedly saw blood constantly spurting out from her neck. Then, the mist quickly dispersed. The snake dowager was horrified to discover that her head had been separated from her body. Ling Xiao had already walked to her side and picked up her storage ring. That absurd and frightening feeling almost drove her crazy. Chapter 716. She had lost her life in the blink of an eye. Even when Snake Dowager lost consciousness, she did not know how she had died. That sword was too fast. That move was too strange. If the heavens gave her another chance to choose, she swore, she would never provoke this fiend again. Ling Xiao didn't know what the Snake Dowager was thinking before she died. He took the Snake Dowager's storage ring and left. There was still nothing valuable in the storage ring, only some commonly used pills. It seemed that many sects were prepared. Even if they died, they would not leave anything valuable to the killer. But Ling Xiao did not care. He killed not to plunder, but because he had no choice. In the true Devil Forbidden Land, danger lurked everywhere. And these dangers were not only from the ferocious beasts and terrifying traps. In fact, more of them came from the contestants themselves. Ling Xiao killed because he had no choice. But some people killed for no reason at all. In the ruins of the vast true Devil Forbidden Land, killing intent spread. Screams rang out again and again. It was as if the shocking blood energy was connected to the clouds. Crazy! Liu Dao, that madman, is simply a murderous demon! Run, what are you waiting for? If you meet that madman, you will die without a doubt. Yes, quick! Run! But we have no enmity with Liu Dao, why would he want to kill us? Nonsense, that guy likes to kill for fun. Don't think so much, follow closely. Hearing the endless screams, more than 10 martial artists screamed and ran away. Even if they did not see Liu Dao, they felt all the pores on their bodies tremble. They ran with all their might, not even hesitating to use their true essence. Some people even used martial arts that could lead to self-harm. It wasn't for the sake of seizing any treasures, nor was it to fight to the death. It was merely for the sake of escaping. Hey, am I that scary? But running for their lives was futile. Liu Dao's figure appeared behind them. He did not even move, but the phantom of a jar appeared behind him. It was rumored that all goo worms were made in such jars, so these jars were also known as goo nest. The goo nest martial soul could be used to control goo worms to kill enemies. The disciples of the Goo King sect might not be very skilled in martial arts, but their use of goo poison was absolutely terrifying. Liu Dao only said a few words, and the faces of the dozen or so people who were running away suddenly turned ashen. Then they fell from the sky one by one. Their corpses were still trembling when they fell to the ground. What crawled out of the corpses were centipedes that were less than an inch long. Goo Master Wu Dao, Liu said. This nickname was really not wrong. Not only was this person terrifying, but he was also tyrannical. There was clearly no enmity between them, and they didn't even want to rob anything. They just thought it was fun, yet they had killed more than a dozen cultivators for no reason at all. Speaking of which, these people were to blame for not being determined enough. If they immediately used the return scroll to leave the true Devil Forbidden Zone, they might be able to save their lives. Unfortunately, they weren't willing to give up just like that. In the end, they ended up dying miserably. At the same time, in a different place. This was a secret chamber. There was a box in the secret chamber. Perhaps because of the passage of time, the box had been damaged, revealing the heart of the ocean that was shining beautifully inside. There were more than a dozen pieces. If this thing was embedded in a weapon or magic treasure, it could also have the effect of a formation. Tangjiu, what are you doing? Tangjiu, who was talking and laughing, suddenly attacked, and 2 cultivators who were near him died on the spot. Tangjiu chuckled. You guys, haven't you heard of what kind of person I, Tangjiu, am? Today, I'm in a good mood, you guys can scram. This heart of the ocean gem is mine. As the chief core disciple of the Tang sect, Tangjiu didn't kill indiscriminately like Liu Dao. But he could kill for benefits. To him, the heart of the ocean was a very rare thing. Although these hearts of the ocean in the box could only be embedded in treasure-grade treasures, they were still useful to him. Before he advanced to Sky Man Realm, he could use them. The people in the secret chamber were all pale. They had been talking and laughing with Tangjiu along the way, and felt that Tangjiu was not as cruel and bloodthirsty as the rumors said. However, that was because they didn't encounter anything good. Once a treasure appeared, Tangjiu's nature would be completely exposed. Although they were incomparably furious, they only had one choice in front of them, and that was to escape. They were very clear about how terrifying Tangjiu was. If they stayed, only death would await them. Oh right, it's best to run faster. If you guys still haven't left my attack range after I collect these 10 hearts of the ocean, then I'm sorry, my hands will itch. Liu Dao liked to play, and so did Tangjiu. It was just that the two of them played differently. Liu Dao liked to see the pain of people before they died. He felt very good. Tangjiu liked to see people being toyed with in the palm of his hand. He felt that he enjoyed it. Controlling the life and death of others was simply too wonderful for Tangjiu. Go! When the people in the secret chamber heard Tangjiu's words, they didn't think much at all because they knew that only death awaited them if they stayed. But if they ran, there might be a way out. Their speed was very fast, and they could cross 100 meters in a breath. Those with better movement techniques could even cross 200 to 300 meters without a problem. Tangjiu would need at least 4 to 5 breaths to collect those hearts of the ocean. They could escape 500 to 600 meters, or even 700 to 800 meters away. The attack range of an ordinary martial artist was not that large. Therefore, they felt that they could safely save their lives from Tangjiu this time. As for the hearts of the ocean, if they didn't have them, then so be it. Anyway, the true Devil Forbidden area was very big, and they might be able to find something else. Tangjiu turned around to collect the hearts of the ocean, but the corner of his mouth raised into a cruel and smug smile. A bunch of idiots. Did you know that in ancient times, there were nobles who purposely released prisoners and then hunted for fun? In a breath, the fastest person was already 300 meters away. In 2 breaths, the fastest person was already 700 meters away. However, at this time, Tang Jiao had already turned around. He only took 2 breaths to collect the hearts of the ocean. This was something that the people running for their lives never expected. They miscalculated and misjudged the Tang sect's unique technique, the 1,000 golden hands. This technique was originally used to practice hidden weapons, but it was still incomparably fast when used to collect things. All of you deserve to die. Life-locking needles, take 3,000 lives. Tang Jiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, with a wave of his hands, a dozen poisonous needles flew through the air. It looked like a very simple attack, but it was actually filled with hidden killing intent. The dozen poisonous needles were faintly discernible, as if they had merged into the air. They were completely in sync with the fluctuations in the air, so the martial artists running for their lives did not notice their existence at all. Chapter 717. Not only was the life-sealing needle undetectable, but it was also as fast as lightning. Ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly sounded, and a red dot appeared between the eyebrows of the slower cultivator. A poisonous needle actually pierced through the back of his head to his forehead, directly piercing through his brain. He wailed in pain, struggling, and gradually lost his life under Tang Jiao's cold smile. At this moment, the escaping cultivators suddenly realized that Tang Jiao had already started attacking. Only then did they realize that they had already become targets. Thus, even more frantic attempts to escape began. However, it was useless. Their escape only attracted Tang Jiao's disdainful smile. Ah! Ah! Screams sounded one after another, and they all died so tragically. One after another, those cultivators did not have the slightest resistance at all, and were completely played by Tang Jiao. In fact, if they had attacked together just now, Tang Jiao would not have succeeded so easily. It was because they were afraid that they ended up in such a miserable state. Finally, someone came back to his senses and directly used the return scroll, turning into a white light and disappearing. Being eliminated was better than dying here. Still want to escape? Tang Jiao frowned slightly. He could not let the people he wanted to kill escape just like that. A strange shadow appeared behind him. It was a strange person with 1,000 hands. Then, Tang Jiao pushed out with both hands, and the strange person's countless hands also pushed out. A gust of wind suddenly appeared. The life-sealing needle was even faster. The remaining cultivators did not even have the chance to use their secret technique scrolls and died tragically on the spot. Ha ha ha, that's right. How can I let the people I want to kill escape? Tang Jiao, you must die a horrible death. I curse you to die without a complete corpse. Someone who was poisoned by the needle was still alive, which meant that he was strong enough. Is that so? Tang Jiao smiled coldly and was about to attack again, but that person finally tilted his head and died. There were too many obstacles in the ruins, and it was impossible to fly. Even his movement technique could not be too fast. Ling Zhao's speed was greatly reduced. However, this did not matter. He wanted to find treasures anyway, and if he was too fast, he might miss them. Ling Zhao suddenly stretched out his hand, and a chi sword pierced through the air, piercing through a vicious beast that was hiding behind the wall, preparing to sneak attack him. I didn't expect these ferocious beasts to become more and more cunning. They actually learn how to hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks. I have to be more careful. Ling Zhao took a deep breath. If he had been slightly distracted just now, he was afraid that the sneak attack would have succeeded. Although the ferocious beast wasn't too strong, it still wasn't a good feeling to be caught once. After taking the beast's inner core, he continued forward. In the ruins of the True Devil Empire, there were many hidden or broken doors. There were also many formations and mechanisms that were still functioning. Others might have to rely on luck, but Ling Xiao had an easy time because he knew about this. Who would have thought that this dirty pond was actually a secret door? After walking for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that there was a secret door in the depths of the pond. This was a secret door that was completely condensed from an array. After passing through, it was possible that it would be a completely different world. Although it looked dangerous, Ling Xiao believed in his intuition and the judgment of the mountain and river martial spirit more. He jumped in without hesitation. At this moment, a huge suction force suddenly sucked him in. It felt as if he had entered a tornado. Bang! Ling Xiao stabilized his body in the midst of the crazy fall, and stepped on the ground. There was indeed another world. Ling Xiao looked around. There was a tornado-like passage above, and anyone who could find this place would be directly sucked in. As for what was inside, it was hard to say. There were a few corpses on the ground that only had bones left. It looked like they had been dead for a long time. On the ground, there were traces of footprints, but they were very new. Seeing this, anyone could tell that someone had already entered, and there was more than one. There shouldn't be any light in the tunnel, but there were also light-gathering and light-absorbing arrays here, causing the originally dark tunnel to be extremely bright. Following the tunnel, Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked down. Just as he walked less than 100 meters, a powerful aura behind him was sensed by the yin-yang moth he released. The yin-yang moth was used to detect the surrounding environment, which saved more true essence than the true essence ball, and the effect was also better. Therefore, Ling Xiao had gradually given up on the true essence ball and switched to the yin-yang moth. It was also omnidirectional without any blind spots, and it was even clearer. It was basically undetectable by the opponent. Just like last time when they were chased by the yin-yang moth, if he hadn't caught the yin-yang moth when he had nothing to do, he would have been ambushed without knowing that he was being followed. He quickened his pace, because the person behind him was not weak. It was probably a half-step Empyrean with 70 or 80% of his strength. Now was obviously not the time to fight with such a person. Ling Xiao entered the true Devil Forbidden Zone to find an opportunity to improve his cultivation and strength, not to fight with anyone. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to fight. However, after walking for a while, he realized that there were people blocking the way in front of him. And there were even more people in front of him. They were basically people from the Heavenly King sect, the Blue Water Divine Palace, and the Profound Fire sect. Of course, there were also people from the Gu King sect, the Tang sect, the Poison King sect, and other sections. However, there were no martial artists from the Yuehua school or the Divine Sword sect. He was relieved that there were no people from the Yuehua school, because these people were fighting each other. Moreover, he was quite powerful. Most of the Yuehua sect's cultivators were too weak. If they got involved, they would probably die. Do you want to die? You even dare to provoke people from the Heavenly King sect. Don't you know that we are the top sect among the 12 sects? Don't act cool with me. Our Profound Fire sect is not inferior to your Heavenly King sect. Moreover, this is the true Devil Forbidden Zone, not your Heavenly King sect. Who's afraid of who? Our Blue Water Divine Palace is not afraid of anyone. Even if the Heavenly King sect dares to provoke us, they will die without a doubt. Alright, since no one is willing to give in, then let's kill. Let's rely on our own abilities. The survivors will go in last. Boom! The battle became even more violent. The entire secret area seemed to be shaking non-stop. Dust and even debris kept falling from above. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. These people were really crazy. They had not even seen the shadow of the treasure, and they were already killing each other here. However, he could not be bothered with these people. He lifted his foot and walked straight over, preparing to enter first. As for these people, he would leave them to the terrifying guy behind him. However, he did not know whether to laugh or cry at the reality. The martial artists who were fighting all stopped when they saw Ling Xiao. Then, they all looked at him in unison. You guys continue. I'm just passing by. Ling Xiao smiled. He was not Liu Dao, nor was he Tang Jiu. He had no interest in killing irrelevant people. Chapter 7:18. Ha ha, I was wondering who it was. So it's the fat sheep from Yuehua school. The Holy Sun has ordered us to kill every disciple of Yuehua school on sight and reward them handsomely. What's the point of fighting? Let's kill this fat sheep and go back to get our reward. Someone burst into laughter. The rest of the people also revealed a hideous smile. It seemed that they regarded themselves as the wolves and Ling Xiao as the fat sheep. Boy, what's your name? One of the disciples of the Heavenly King's sect asked loudly. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao revealed a playful smile and answered loudly. Oh, it's a fat sheep. The Holy Sun said that he would not let this boy enter the final of the martial arts festival alive. Whoever kills him will get the same reward as the winner of the martial arts festival. Hearing Ling Xiao's name, the warriors who had been grinning ferociously were now almost drooling. Don't be in such a hurry. Even the Holy Sun wants to kill this boy. Is this boy a little powerful? Powerful, my ass. The Yuehua school is ranked at the bottom of the 12 sects. How powerful can this boy be? The disciples of the Yuehua school fled too fast. They used secret scrolls as soon as they sensed that something was wrong. We can't even catch up with them. But this boy doesn't seem to want to run away. That's right. It's just the Yuehua school. How powerful can he be? Kill him. If you don't do it, I'll do it first. What's the hurry? We, the Heavenly King sect, found him first. Nonsense, it's us, the abstruse fire sect. The voices of argument rose and fell one after another. They were actually discussing who would kill Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao was really a fat sheep in their eyes, not a person, let alone a warrior. Stop arguing. All of you can go to hell. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Ling Xiao. Then something terrible happened. A gust of black wind surged in the passage and rushed into the crowd. It seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast and began to devour lives. From the moment the first scream started, it only took an instant for the black wind to gnaw away nearly half of the martial artists alive and turn them into white bones. Upon closer inspection, the black wind was not a real wind, but a black ant with wings. It was just that it was really very small, so small that it was difficult to distinguish it with the naked eye. As expected, he's vicious and merciless. His strength is also incomparably powerful. That person's attack just now had enveloped him as well, but the black wind had dissipated the moment it touched him. Black ants were most afraid of fire. Ling Xiao's body was covered in a layer of hellfire that was invisible to the naked eye. Naturally, these things could not touch him. However, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The might of this black wind was truly rare. Among the people that were killed, there were actually half-step Empyreans with 50% of their strength. As for these martial artists, they didn't even have the ability to survive for a moment within the black wind. This was simply too terrifying. Not good, it's the Sky Dragon Institute's Feng Yaorao. How can this woman be so cruel? Ghost knows, let's run quickly. This woman is too strong, and her methods are incomparably ruthless. If we stay, we'll turn into white bones. Although those present were all heaven's prides of their respective sects, they had no intention of resisting the appearance of Feng Yaorao. They turned around and fled towards another path. They didn't care whether there was danger in that path or not. In any case, it was better than facing Feng Yaorao head-on. It should be known that in the previous preliminaries, 80% of the disciples who died or were eliminated were killed by these lunatics. This time would not be an exception. On the contrary, those who died because of mechanisms, arrays, and fierce beasts were few and far between. The real threat came from within the team. Liu Dao, Tang Jiu, Feng Yaorao, and the others were all ruthless people. Even if they weren't ruthless, when competing for treasures, they would still kill. From the beginning of the preliminaries until now, whether it was Yan Liehua, Yi Qianxue, Fatty Blue, or Luo Tianyu, all of them had taken a lot of lives. Basically, the top 100 cultivators of the martial arts festival had all killed someone, and some even killed their own sect members. In the passage, the lively battle instantly turned silent. Only Ling Xiao looked behind him indifferently. a charming and enchanting figure arrived. It was Feng Yarao. It seemed that among those cultivators, some had seen Feng Yarao before, otherwise, it would be impossible to guess her identity. Feng Yarao didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. Instead, she looked at Ling Xiao with a little surprise and said, "You're not dead?" In this woman's eyes, Ling Xiao was just a half-step heavenly venerable with 20% of his strength. The difference between their strength was too great. One had to know that the difference between every 10% of strength in the half-step heavenly venerable realm was much greater than the 9 layers before the transcendent realm. The strength of a half-step heavenly venerable with 20% of his strength might even be 2 or 3 times that of a half-step heavenly venerable with 10% of his strength. Feng Yarao was a half-step heavenly venerable with 80% of her strength, while Ling Xiao was only at 20%. There was a 6-stage difference between the two. These 6 stages might be a 20-fold difference in strength. However, Ling Xiao didn't die, which puzzled her. Of course, she didn't understand. Because that kind of difference was only the difference between ordinary cultivators. Ling Xiao was too special. He possessed the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul, the most mysterious and terrifying mountain river martial soul, and cultivated the powerful Jade Grade Entry Grade martial art, 12 Golden Lotus Arts. So, the gap between Ling Xiao and Feng Yarao was actually very small. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of Feng Yarao. "Why should I die?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "There are many things in the true Devil Forbidden area that I'm interested in. If I die so early, I won't be able to see them." You're very confident. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Could it be that you didn't hear what I said outside? I'll kill everyone from your Yuehua school." Feng Yarao also smiled indifferently, revealing a bit of ridicule and disdain. She even used her hands to fiddle with her hair. She didn't have any intention of guarding against Ling Xiao's sneak attack. She really didn't put Ling Xiao in her eyes. "You've killed Yuehua school's disciples before?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "I want to, but unfortunately I've only met you so far. Your fellow disciples either ran away or used secret scrolls when they saw me. I didn't even have a chance to try." Feng Yarao sighed and said, "Then you're lucky. Otherwise, your blood would have splattered everywhere." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Oh?" A surprised expression appeared on Feng Yarao's face. She had already displayed 80% of her strength as a half-step heavenly venerable. It was impossible for the other party not to know, but he still dared to be so calm and confident in front of her. Was this a bluff? Or was he overconfident? Or did he really have the strength to compete with her? This question was very difficult to answer, but there was a more direct way. Since she couldn't guess, she just had to make a move. Once she made a move, she would immediately know whether the other party was strong or weak. Chapter 719. Thinking of attacking, Feng Yarao smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, I don't have any enmity with your Yuehua school. It's just that someone felt that you might hinder the rise of Sky Dragon Institute, so he asked me to find trouble with your Yuehua school. How about this? If you can survive my attack, I'll spare you and won't find trouble with your Yuehua school. You seem to have tried it just now," Ling Xiao reminded. "That's not the same. The attack just now had a wide range, and the attack power was too scattered. It's not impossible for you to dodge or block it. But the next attack is different. It's only aimed at you, so its power might be several times stronger." Feng Yarao smiled and shook her head. "What if I don't agree?" Ling Xiao asked. "Then we can only fight to the death." Feng Yarao smiled. "Forget it, now isn't the time to fight with you. How about I take one of your attacks?" Ling Xiao quickly made his decision. He could defeat Feng Yarao, but it wouldn't be easy. There were several people nearby who were ready to reap the benefits. Since this conflict could be avoided, then it would be best to avoid it for the time being. In the end, both sides would suffer great losses. Even if he could kill Feng Yarao, some people would probably take advantage of the situation. "Your confident expression isn't bad," Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Feng Yaorao's expression suddenly became gloomy and cold. A shadow appeared behind her. It was the winged black ant. However, this ant was much bigger than those little fellows from before. Clang! When the overflow rain sword was taken out, Ling Zhao's aura changed along with it. He stood there like a sharp sword, revealing its sharpness. Not only that, but this sword was also emitting an evil killing intent and blood-type aura. He was like a terrifying devil sword that had slaughtered countless lives. Slaughter will? I didn't expect you to have the same slaughter will as grief heartbreak. Moreover, it's much stronger than his. No wonder that idiot died in your hands. Feng Yarao once again revealed an astonished expression. She even cried out. But in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure. She was very clear that when fighting a martial artist with a will, the first thing one had to do was not be intimidated by the other party's soul pressure. Otherwise, the battle would be lost. With a shout, a long whip appeared in Feng Yaorao's hand. After that, the long whip turned around, faster and faster, and actually formed a black tornado in front of her. Ling Xiao recognized that this tornado was the same as the one that had killed those martial artists before, but it was much more powerful. Black Wind Demon Whip! The long whip pierced through the sky, and before it could get very far away from Feng Yaorao, its terrifying destructive power was completely revealed. The ground in the surroundings collapsed continuously, and the walls in the vicinity also began to tremble unceasingly. Fortunately, there was a powerful formation in the remaining secret room. Otherwise, with the power of her attack, the entire secret room would have collapsed. Without a doubt, this move could easily kill a half-step Empyrean with 50% strength. No, even a half-step Empyrean with 70% of his strength wouldn't be able to withstand it. For other people's moves, the farther the distance, the weaker the might, but for Feng Yaorao's move, the farther the distance, the stronger the might. Ling Xiao stood there, and his eyes were like lightning. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes also issued flapping sounds. Although the sand and stones were flying, his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, and he didn't have any intention of retreating even half a step. Chi La! Suddenly, a blood-red sword light pierced out, and transformed into a human-shaped sword energy. This light was extremely dazzling, and caused the entire passage to turn blood-red. So much so that the light-gathering array's light was completely covered. Rumble! There was only one loud sound, and both of them actually stood in the same place without moving. However, both of their feet were deeply embedded in the ground, and the ground under their feet was already damaged beyond repair. What a terrifying slaughter will! How can it be so terrifying? Feng Yaorao's complexion was slightly pale, and her face was filled with disbelief. Although there weren't many martial artists who possessed slaughter will, she had seen several of them, and there were also 4 or 5 of them who possessed slaughter will. However, none of them possessed slaughter will as powerful as Ling Zhao's. It was as if his slaughter will had materialized, and caused a terrifying injury to the depths of her spiritual sea. Does it feel good? Ling Xiao didn't seem to have the slightest change. Even his complexion was completely unchanged. Just now, the two's attack power was basically equal, but Ling Zhao's defense was much stronger, so Feng Yarao was actually at a disadvantage. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so strong, boy. No wonder even the Holy Sun thinks highly of you. Now I finally understand why the Holy Sun wants you dead no matter what. You are too terrifying, and if you continue to grow, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Feng Yarao smiled sadly. She thought that she could easily kill Ling Xiao, but in the end, Ling Xiao taught her a lesson. They were both transcendents and half-step heavenly venerables, but sometimes, one's cultivation realm wasn't enough to show one's strength. She shouldn't have provoked me, Ling Xiao said lightly. Ha ha, boy, you are really arrogant. I really want to see who will become the Heavenly Dragon Continent's heaven's chosen child of this generation, you and the Holy Sun. Feng Yaorao's body trembled, and she couldn't stop laughing. Heaven's chosen child? What's that? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked. No way, You don't even know about the Heaven's Chosen Child? It is the only person who can represent the Heavenly Dragon continent to enter the Heaven's Chosen Sea route, and then go to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. That is a supreme honor and endless benefits. It is something you can never imagine. Feng Yarao said in surprise. It seems you really don't know. Seeing Ling Zhao's confused expression, Feng Yarao seemed to understand the reason for Ling Zhao's strength. There were some young people who didn't care about the outside world and only focused on the martial Tao. This kind of person was very terrifying. When Feng Yarao wanted to continue explaining, she suddenly frowned. Ling Xiao also looked in the direction of the passage. Someone else was coming. His speed was very fast, and his steps were light. Clearly, he was a cultivator with an extremely high movement skill. Such a fast movement skill, it should be Luo Tianyu, right? Feng Yarao said with a smile. It's not him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, although I've only seen Luo Tianyu once, when he moved, his voice was not like this. This person is my senior sister, Lan Yuer. Your senior sister? Feng Yarao was stunned for a moment. She really didn't expect that in addition to Ling Xiao, there was such a powerful young cultivator in the Yuehua school. The voice stopped, and the person who appeared in the passage was indeed Lan Yuer. However, Lan Yuer seemed to have had some fortuitous encounter, and her cultivation had advanced from 60% strength to 70% strength. When she was triggered in the Yuehua school, she was already about to break through. When she came to the true Devil Forbidden area, she must have encountered some kind of opportunity, so she took the opportunity to break through. Ling Xiao. Feng Yarao. Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer were naturally surprised, but when she saw Feng Yarao, she suddenly became nervous. Chapter 720. The breakthrough in her cultivation and the practice of the lunar sacred scripture had made Lan Yuer even more powerful. However, her temperament couldn't be changed in a short period of time. After all, the Yuehua school was suppressed too much in the past. Lan Yuer couldn't help but feel inferior and lack of self-confidence. Don't worry, she can't do anything to us, Ling Xiao indifferently said. I'll take my leave first. Feng Yarao was also smart. Seeing Lan Yuer, she was obviously worried. If Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer joined hands, she would be in a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao also did not stop her. As the saying goes, whether one can obtain a treasure or not doesn't depend on who is faster but who is more fated. Senior sister, let's go in too. In. The two of them walked into the secret space together. However, after entering, they discovered that Feng Yarao was still standing there. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked. Interesting. This place requires us to strike the copper bell to be transmitted in. Otherwise, we won't be able to enter the secret space. Feng Yarao pointed at the inscription on the huge copper bell and said, Then strike it. You go first, Ling Xiao said. Feng Yarao nodded her head. She was also anxious to leave this place because she really didn't want to stay with Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer. It was too dangerous. Black Wind Devil Whip! Feng Yarao lashed out her long black whip. A force that could shatter the ground blasted on the copper bell. However, it only made the copper bell slightly shake but didn't ring. Huh! It seems like this thing isn't simple. Feng Yarao certainly wouldn't give up. She waved the long whip in her hand again. The black wind actually turned into a huge ant and began to beat the copper bell. Not even once. Not even twice. Finally, when Feng Yarao channeled 70% of her true energy, the copper bell issued a dull sound. Then, Feng Yarao was sucked into the copper bell. Senior sister, you do it! Since Feng Yarao had succeeded in ringing the bell, Lan Yuer should be able to do the same. However, the methods used by the two of them should be different. Lan Yuer nodded and took a deep breath. The shadow of the moonlight heavenly maiden behind her became clearer. Moon shadow slash! A lunar shadow slash chopped down on the bronze bell, but it didn't make any noise. When Lan Yuer saw that there was a way, she continued to increase the amount of true essence she channeled. She was already quite proficient in using the lunar shadow slash, and when she fused her true essence, she could do it just right. When he raised his true yuan to around 80%, the copper bell finally rang. "Junior brother, I'll take my leave first." Before her voice fell, Lan Yu's figure also disappeared. After Feng Yaorao and Lan Yu disappeared, Ling Xiao lightly tapped on that copper bell, and that copper bell immediately began to shake crazily, issuing a series of deafening sound. Ringing the bell didn't just rely on brute force or quintessential essence. The key was to find the right place to strike. It just so happened that Ling Xiao specialized in this aspect. As the bell rang, Ling Xiao's figure was wrapped in golden light and entered the copper bell. He noticed that Feng Yaorao and Lan Yu's figures were not there. He guessed that the three of them were transmitted to three different places. No more distractions, he thought. Ling Xiao walked forward. This was a very big space. It should have been the treasure of the true Devil Empire. There were traces of treasures inside, but they were all taken away. He guessed that it might have been taken away by the people who had participated in the preliminaries. There were also corpses on the ground. Looking at their identity cards, they were actually disciples of the Sword King sect. However, these corpses had been dead for many years and were already shriveled up. A terrifying aura came from the front. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then lifted his foot and walked over. The deeper he went, the more corpses there were. There was no need to ask. The treasures outside were taken away because there were no guards outside. However, the deeper he went, the more powerful the guards were. This was why there were so many corpses. Moreover, the guards here were also killed. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't find anything for a long distance. At the end of the corridor, there was a door. When Ling Xiao was about to open the door, he heard a scream coming from behind the door. He kicked the door open and a strange situation appeared. Feng Yaorao and Lan Yu were actually behind the door. However, they were in another room. However, all three rooms led to the same place. Behind the door, there was a huge round table. In the middle of the round table, there was a throne. On the throne, there was a meditating sculpture. On the way to the throne, there were armored puppets wearing metal armor. The reason why Feng Yaorao screamed was because she was attacked by these armored puppets. At this time, Lan Yu also encountered a battle. All three paths were blocked by armored puppets. Whoever could kill these armored puppets first would be able to reach the throne first. Interesting. Ling Xiao abruptly sent out a chi sword towards one of the armored puppets that was charging towards him. Bang! That armored puppet was sent flying. However, it was only 1 or 2 meters away. Moreover, there was not even a single wound on its body. Terrifying defense. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. He directly pulled out the purple flash sword. The purple flash sword was the most powerful sword in terms of killing power. It was most suitable to be used together with the will of destruction. It was also the most appropriate weapon to use against monsters with strong defense. Ka! The armored puppet stood up again. Both of its feet stomped on the ground and jumped up. The spear in its hand was aimed at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao had seen puppets a long time ago, but the ones he encountered this time were clearly different from the ones he had seen before. Not only were they more powerful, but they also seemed to have some intelligence. They were able to judge danger and find the most suitable opportunity to attack. This was simply an intelligent puppet. He did not expect the true Devil Empire to have such a treasure. Perhaps because of the heavy body of the armored puppet, it was somewhat cumbersome. However, because of its unique body structure, it could use arrays to obtain more energy. Thus, it could obtain a more terrifying speed than human warriors. In just a moment, Ling Xiao discovered that there were 2 tubes on the back of the armored puppet. The tubes spewed out a fiery aura. This guy's speed surpassed Ling Xiao in a moment. Bang! Ling Xiao did not expect this. As a result, he was hit and his whole body was embedded in the wall. What the hell is this? How can it be like this? Although Ling Xiao had been hit, his defense was not to be trifled with. Similarly, he was not injured. He lifted his leg and sent the armored puppet flying with a kick. This thing's strength was not strong. Its attack was also not strong. However, its speed was very fast, and its defense was amazing. It was impossible to get close to the throne and avoid it. Feng Yarao and Lan Yuer's situation was even more difficult than his. In any case, he had a defense that did not belong to the armored puppet. However, the defense of these two people was not as good as his. Their agility was also not as good as his. Therefore, they had to fight for half a day. In the end, they were forced to retreat to the door. Chapter 721. Interesting. As long as you retreat, the armed puppet will not attack again as if there is an order. But there is no one here. Who gave them the order? The more Ling Xiao looks at it, the more he feels that it is strange. But this kind of thing, he can't figure it out in a short period of time. So he simply stopped thinking about it, otherwise, his brain will explode. But at this time, no one can help anyone, they can only rely on their own ability. Feng Yarao snorted, and the black whip in her hand lashed out once again. The terrifying power caused the entire hall to shake unceasingly. The armed puppet's neck was directly rapped, and then it was ruthlessly smashed on the ground by Feng Yarao dozens of times. After dozens of smashes, the armed puppet's body became somewhat deformed and some dents appeared. But that's all. The defensive power of the armed puppet is really frightening. Lan Yuer also went all out. Her lunar shadow slash continuously cut the armed puppet's body. Moreover, each time she cut the same position. After dozens of smashes, the armed puppet was sent flying dozens of times. A small hole appeared on its neck. There is no blood in that small hole, but a strange liquid flowed out. Could it be that this thing is not powered by spirit stones? Ling Xiao suddenly froze. He was not in a hurry to attack, he has been observing. Seeing this scene, he could not help but be surprised. This is the true Devil Empire's armed puppet. It is completely made of special metal. There is a very complex array inscription in its body. The energy source is spirit oil collected from the seabed. Feng Yarao explained while gasping for breath. Spirit oil? Yes, it is similar to spirit stones, but it is a liquid. Moreover, its purity is higher than spirit stones and its value is also higher. Feng Yarao nodded her head and said, Only the true Devil Empire has this kind of thing. Rumor has it that the Yin-Yang Demon King of the true Devil Empire is an armed puppet that relies on spirit oil to fight. Moreover, its wisdom is not inferior to human. No way, the dignified Yin-Yang Demon King is actually a puppet. Ling Xiao simply does not dare to believe it. Believe it or not, now we should think about how to break this armed puppet. Feng Yarao helplessly said. That is not very difficult. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. After observing for a long time, he has found the weakness of the armed puppet. Although the weakness of the armed puppet is much more difficult to find compared to the Blue Eyes race's armed puppet, Ling Xiao's mountain and river martial spirit is not to be trifled with. Coupled with his will of destruction, he does not believe that he cannot destroy this thing. Shadow sword technique, sword devil descending. Qin Tian's will, of course, the armed puppet's body of the true Devil Empire's arm. Ka 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 ka. A series of cracking sounds could be heard. Chi. In the end, the sword light cut open the armored puppet's stomach, revealing the golden inscription inside. What an exquisite weaponized puppet! When will I get one to play with? When Ling Xiao saw the complicated and tight internal structure, he was really envious and surprised. Feng Yarao was even more surprised. She even doubted whether she spared Ling Xiao's life or if it was Ling Xiao who spared her life. Ling Xiao did not care about her surprise. He just slowly walked towards the throne. The reward this time is not bad. It is actually a complete armed puppet design. In addition, it also comes with a set of tools and some materials. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. He guessed that this place might be the place where the true Devil Empire used to train their soldiers. Whoever performed well would be rewarded. However, the people of the true Devil Empire probably did not expect that their reward would be given to the disciples of the 12 sects. Regarding the spirit oil, Ling Xiao already had some clues. Someone from the sea race would definitely know the whereabouts of the spirit oil. When the time comes, all he had to do was exchange some with the sea race. Whether it was to be sold for money or used as a guard, it would be very useful. As mentioned before, the development of every sect is inseparable from money. They must have their own industry. If the Divine Sword sect wants to join the ranks of the 12 sects, they must have their own specialty. Later on, they might as well specialize in manufacturing puppets and sell them. After all, these armed puppets can enter many dangerous places, such as treasure hunting, diving, and so on. They can engage in dirty and dangerous work that warriors are not willing to engage in. This is absolutely a big market. Senior sister, Miss Foam, I will take my leave first. Take care of yourselves. Although Ling Xiao wanted to help Lan Yue, but after thinking about it, he hardened his heart and prepared to part with her. On the road of martial arts, one must work hard on their own. If they blindly rely on other people's help or charity, they will not succeed. I have no problem. Lan Yue naturally knew the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. She nodded her head to reassure Ling Xiao. Feng Yarao and Ling Xiao did not have any friendship. There was even a little bit of hatred between them. At this time, she did not want to stay with this little monster. I hope we will meet again in the finals. I really want to see the surprised expression of the Holy Sun. Perhaps because they are both women, Feng Yarao seems to have a strong jealousy towards the Holy Sun. Goodbye. Ling Xiao slightly smiled and left from the throne. After he left, Feng Yarao could not help but sigh. I thought that this time I would be able to show my strength in the martial arts festival, but now it seems that there are too many monsters. Forgive me for being blunt, Miss Lan. With your cultivation, entering the top 100 is not a problem, but entering the top 50 is not guaranteed. I understand, perhaps because of the appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit, there will be a lot of monsters in the martial arts festival. I must improve, otherwise, I will not be able to catch up with you. Lan Yue gritted her teeth. She also hoped to obtain more benefits in the preliminaries. Perhaps, separating from Ling Xiao was the best choice. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air. He looked around and found that there were many fresh corpses on the ground. Some of them were still bleeding. The strangest thing was that these martial veins were directly cut out by something. They died miserably. Alas, this is the true devil forbidden area. Where there is opportunity, there is danger. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Along the way, he had seen far too many killings. However, he had long since lost the mood to sigh and groan as he used to. The mysterious world itself was the world of martial artists. Only the strong could control their own destiny. Some people yearned to live a mediocre life. But they did not know that when they encountered those monsters, they could destroy a city with a yawn. Countless ordinary people died because of this. Those people simply did not have the chance to protect themselves. Ling Xiao was a beggar, so he was very clear about the importance of strength and status. Living an ordinary life? It was just people who drank too much chicken soup to deceive themselves. In such a world, the only ending for ordinary people was to live a sullen life and die inexplicably. Chapter 722. Ling Xiao looked at the ground. There were 2 corpses of Yuehua school disciples. He tidied up the corpses and put them in an empty storage ring. He was going to bury them when he got back. Novel, la, as for the other corpses, he didn't care. He didn't have the obligation to care. After tidying up the corpses of the Yuehua school disciples, Ling Xiao continued to walk forward. After about half an hour, he came to a place that looked like a library. All sects had a place to hide. The true demon's empire was so powerful in the past, so it was impossible that it didn't have a similar place. The door of the library was already rotten. Half of the wall had collapsed on the ground, and there were blood stains on it. He didn't need to look to know that the blood stains were very fresh. They must have been left behind before. In the dark passage of the library, It was difficult to see anything clearly without the help of the light-gathering and light-absorbing arrays. Ling Xiao activated his mountain and river martial soul. Black and gold flames began to flicker in his eyes. The originally dark passage became brighter. He lifted his foot and walked through the gap. There were many shelves inside, but most of them were empty. There were also many torn pages. Ling Xiao continued to walk in. He seemed to hear a soft sound coming from the corner of the wall. He frowned. The sound was very soft. An ordinary martial artist wouldn't have been able to hear it. However, it couldn't escape Ling Xiao's ears. Although he was still walking forward, there was an additional chi sword in his hand. Whoosh! At this moment, a black shadow attacked him from behind. It flashed with a cold light and went straight for his back. This thing wasn't big. It was about the size of an ordinary mouse, but it was very fast. "I'm waiting for you," Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't turn around. He directly sent a chi sword through the air. It turned in the air and pierced into the body of the black shadow. Poochie! Squeak! The black shadow screamed and fell to the ground. It was dead in an instant. Only now did Ling Xiao see clearly what this thing was. The size of this thing was very similar to a mouse, but it was upright. It was a small monster that walked like a human. Its sharp nails were like sharp knives. Ling Xiao felt that the sharpness of this thing was definitely not inferior to a treasure. After a mouse monster was killed, a pile of them rushed out. Ling Xiao couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he felt very uncomfortable when he saw these things. This was probably the so-called trypophobia. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy. A strong poison permeated the air, and the rat monsters began to scream and flee in all directions. Their cries continued to ring out, adding an ominous and sinister aura to the already eerie true devil forbidden area. Squeak! Just as Ling Xiao was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly realized that the rat monster had returned. But this time, there was an even bigger mouse monster leading them. The leader of the rat monsters opened its mouth and sucked in all the poison. It even burped. So, the moment it burped, the mouse monster leader suddenly jumped out. This guy's body was more than 10 times bigger than the other mice. It felt like it was about the same height as a human child, but its movements were as sharp and its brain was even better. Ling Xiao's air-breaking sword was easily dodged by this guy. What the hell is this thing? Waving the overflow rain sword to block the attack of the mouse monster leader, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. There were really a lot of strange things in the ruins of the true demonic empire. First, there were armed puppets. Now, there were big mice that didn't seem to have lower intelligence than humans. They could even use human martial skills. The defense of the mouse monster leader was naturally not as good as the armed puppets, but the hardness and sharpness of its nails were not inferior to the materials of the armed puppets. Coupled with its amazing speed, it was really difficult for Ling Xiao to attack its vital points. Squeak! Dang! Dang! The mouse monster continued to attack. The series of attacks made Ling Xiao unable to counterattack. I can't bear to kill you! Ling Gao's face showed joy. This little thing's fighting strength was really strong. It felt like a small assassin. Get lost, I don't have time to play with you! Ling Xiao suddenly burst out with an amazing murderous aura. The mouse monster leader flipped several times in the air and finally landed more than 10 meters away. Squeak! The mouse monster leader seemed to be a little angry. It was actually frightened by Ling Xiao's murderous aura, which made it difficult for it to accept. Its body suddenly rotated and directly drilled into the ground like a drill. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao originally thought that this little thing was smart and planned to spare its life. But the other party didn't want to let it go, so he couldn't continue to retreat. With a wave of his hand, a flying sword flew up, and then under the urging of the will of destruction, it stabbed into the ground and nailed the mouse monster leader to the ground. Come back! After retrieving the flying sword, Ling Xiao no longer cared about the rest of the mice. Because the leader was dead, they could no longer pose any threat. The mice frantically fled, far away from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao retrieved the overflow rain sword and continued to move forward. When he walked inside, he finally found a relatively well-preserved book. There were a total of 6 books that could be picked up and used. 4 of them were top gold grade martial arts, and 2 of them were jade grade beginner level martial arts. However, Ling Xiao didn't need these martial arts for the time being. He simply copied one set and brought it back to the Divine Sword sect and the other set to the Yuehua school. He could also exchange it for a large number of spirit stones as a reward. 2 jade-grade beginner-level martial arts were estimated to be exchanged for 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. 4 top gold-grade martial arts were also exchanged for 4 million low-grade spirit stones. This was a really big wealth gain. Mid-grade spirit stones could be used for cultivation. Low-grade spirit stones could be used to buy things, and they were all very useful. After keeping all 6 books, Ling Xiao activated his mountain river martial spirit and directly penetrated the wall to search this place. He felt that good things should be placed in a more secretive place, and not easily displayed outside. Found it. Through a wall, Ling Xiao discovered that it was actually a secret door. However, this secret door was very small, and it felt like a lattice carved on the wall. In the lattice, there was a jade gourd. Inside the gourd was actually a gourd of elixirs, about 100 of them. Ling Xiao directly opened the secret compartment, took out the elixirs, and put them to the tip of his nose to smell. In his mind, the knowledge of elixirs that he had learned before appeared. Good stuff. I didn't expect it to be a high-grade yellow-grade elixir. Half-step breakthrough elixir. The so-called half-step breakthrough elixir was used to raise the level of a half-step heavenly sovereign. That's right, it was a direct increase, and it could only be done when one was in the half-step realm. Chapter 723. The half-step realm was a stage of accumulating strength. There was no need for comprehension. As long as one had enough strength, they could advance. This kind of elixir was used to replenish strength. There were no side effects, nor was there any instability in the foundation. It was completely different from the previous situation. These 100 half-step breakthrough elixirs could probably help Ling Xiao advance by 2 to 3 realms. Ordinary martial artists would need at least a day to cultivate in seclusion after taking one elixir. 100 of them would mean 100 days. Ling Xiao had the mountain river martial spirit and the ancient hell dragon's hellfire furnace. 2 hours would be enough at most. Seeing that there was no one around, Ling Xiao simply ate all 100 half-step breakthrough elixirs. As soon as the elixirs entered his mouth, he felt as if his body was on fire. The strength is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, it's me. If it were anyone else in the same realm as me, they would definitely die if they ate so many half-step breakthrough elixirs. Ling Xiao hurriedly sat down cross-legged and circulated the mountain river martial spirit to digest the elixirs. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. 1 hour. If someone were to look at Ling Xiao, they would definitely see that this guy was on fire. His entire body was burning, and his clothes were completely burned. Ha! Within 2 hours, Ling Xiao jumped up and smashed the wall in front of him with a punch. The surging strength seemed to vent out as it rushed out dozens of meters. It was simply terrifying. A fierce beast that was about to sneak attack Ling Xiao saw this and turned to flee. Ha ha, too strong. He actually found high-grade yellow-grade elixirs. Now, even mid-grade yellow-grade elixirs are treasures in the Sky Dragon continent. Of course, Ling Xiao was happy because he had advanced from 20% strength to 50% strength half-step heavenly venerable in just 2 hours. In terms of cultivation, he would not lose to some of the people in the top 100. It's better to set a realm template. Otherwise, it's too scary. Ling Xiao set the template at 20% of his strength to the level of a half-step heavenly venerable before leaving. The ruins were so big that it gave people a headache. More importantly, the passages here were densely packed. Some had been completely destroyed, while some were exposed because of the collapse of the buildings. It was like a maze that was created inadvertently, causing people to be completely confused. Of course, more importantly, there weren't as many treasures as he had imagined. Most of the things had been taken away by the cultivators who had entered this place. The remaining treasures were not only harder to find, but they were also mediocre. Originally, Ling Xiao felt that it was exciting and interesting. However, after a long time, he felt bored. He simply used his mountain river martial spirit's analytical ability to search for treasures. Perhaps it was because he was bored that someone was lying in ambush at the fork in the road, waiting to ambush him. Ling Xiao disdainfully sneered, and directly sent out a beam of Qi sword, cutting apart both the man and the wall. That person's body was cut in half. He still didn't understand how Ling Xiao had discovered him, and how he had attacked him. From the looks of it, he probably thought that he had hidden well. Ling Xiao took out this person's storage ring. He originally thought that it would be empty, but he didn't expect that his luck would be good this time. This person probably used this method to kill several cultivators, so there were over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and a top gold-grade martial art. Although these things didn't have much meaning to his martial arts, in the long run, the use of low-grade spirit stones as currency was still very wide. It's not that I don't want revenge, but it's not the time yet. You've killed so many people, and now that you've been killed, you can be considered to have died in vain. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the corpse as he took the storage ring and left. He had already found a way to leave the maze-like ruins. More importantly, after passing through the ruins, he could see a palace that had stood tall for tens of thousands of years. It was the former imperial palace of the true Devil Supreme Lord, towering into the clouds. Even the tragic war back then had not destroyed it, and it still looked very new. At this time, there were already quite a few martial warriors gathered near the palace. They were probably there when Ling Xiao had just started cultivating. Not everyone could find treasures in the ruins like him. Many martial warriors had been here for such a long time, but at most, they had found some medicinal herbs and encountered some fierce beasts. They had not encountered any opportunities that they should have. According to the organizers of the martial arts festival, the main purpose of this true devil forbidden area was to select the people who would enter the finals. In fact, there would be no more than 30 people who would encounter opportunities every time, and the rest were basically here to participate in the preliminaries. It was naturally best to have a harvest, but if there was no harvest, passing the preliminaries and entering the finals was also a very good result. A few hundred meters away from the palace was a huge open space. It might have been the palace square, but now it had become a place overgrown with weeds. At this moment, there was a fierce battle going on here. Long Chun was surrounded. He was facing 4 disciples from the 3 southern sections. 3 of them were from the Tang sect, and the other was from the Poison King sect. The battle had already reached its climax. Long Chen's entire body was covered in injuries. He was considering whether or not he should enter his golden dragon form. Once he entered, his identity would definitely be exposed. At that time, there would be endless trouble. However, if he did not enter, he could only choose to withdraw today. But he was unwilling. He was the only one from the Divine Sword sect who had come to participate in the preliminaries. If he could not enter the finals, how could he have the face to return to the sect? Tang Qi, I have no enmity with you. Why are you bullying me like this? Long Chen asked loudly as he circled around. I've already given you what you want with both hands. Do you still want to force me into a dead end? It's best to leave a way out, or else you'll regret it. Ha! Tang Qi could not help but laugh out loud. Of course I want the item, but you have to die too. Who asked you to have a good relationship with that Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao's friends, our southern 3 sects will not let a single one of them off. You're going too far. So what if I'm going too far? You're weak, so you have to take a beating. Otherwise, you can withdraw from the preliminaries. At least you can keep your life and run back like a dog. Ha! Tang Qi laughed very proudly. He was Tang Jiu's brother, and one of the top 10 core disciples of the Tang sect. However, his strength was far from Tang Jiu's. If it was a one-on-one, he might not be Long Chen's opponent. However, the problem was that there were 3 other people around him who were on par with him. They were ganging up on Long Chen. It was already very impressive that Long Chen could hold on until now. Humph, if it was a one-on-one, I would have killed you long ago. Long Chen dodged an attack and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva as he cursed. You divine sword sect are useless. You deserve it. Today, you should die here. Brothers, stop talking nonsense with him. Hurry up and get rid of this kid before the people from the Yuhua school interfere. Tang Chi stopped talking nonsense and joined forces with the other 3 to speed up their attacks. The 4 of them surrounded Long Chen and did not give him a chance to escape. It was considered an inescapable trap. Chapter 724. If Long Chen wanted to escape, he would have to kill at least one of them first. He fought and retreated as blood flowed out of his body. However, his mind was clear. He glanced at the Poison King sect martial artist, and an idea came to him. The Poison King sect martial artist's poison technique was powerful, but his defense was the weakest. It should not be a problem to use him as a breakthrough point. Golden Dragon Sword Art, Dragon Dance! Suddenly, Long Chen risked the danger of being hit by the other 3 and attacked the Poison King's sect disciple with all his might. Perhaps it was due to Ling Zhao's influence. Long Chen started to practice sword skills after he came to the Divine Sword sect. However, his sword skills were modified according to his body shape. The martial artists of the Divine Sword sect were not qualified to create martial arts, but they could modify some of the martial arts skills. The Golden Dragon danced and spun towards the Poison King sect disciple. Long Chen's body shone with golden light. Help! When the Poison King sect disciple saw the situation, he knew something was wrong. He gave up the encirclement and turned to escape. However, Long Chen chased after him and swore to kill him. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to escape when the 4 of them joined forces. Go and die! The 3 people behind Long Chen revealed their identities and gave chase. One of them was the fastest. He caught up to Long Chen and threw a punch at Long Chen's back. Puff! Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body did not stop. Instead, he sped up. The Golden Dragon tribe's body was strong. Although it was incomparable to the immemorial Golden Dragon, it was not to the extent that he could not withstand such a blow. Puff! Finally, the Golden Dragon danced and the sword radiance was merciless. The Poison King sect disciple was pierced through the back. Then, his entire body collapsed like flowers scattered by a fairy. However, this flower was blood-red in color, making one's heart palpitate and terrifying. You are courting death! When Tang Chi saw the situation, he was furious. You actually dared to kill my people in front of me. How can I let this go? The hidden weapon that he had prepared as a trump card broke through the air and turned into a beautiful fire phoenix. However, it was very dangerous. Phoenix Feather Soul Chasing Arrow! Although the Phoenix Feather Soul Chasing Arrow was not in the top 10 of the Tang sect's hidden weapons, it was definitely in the top 20. It was so powerful and fast that Long Chen could not dodge it. Roar! Helpless, Long Chen roared like a wild beast. Under the vibration of the sound wave, the Phoenix Feather Soul Chasing Arrow seemed to slow down a little. Then, Long Chen stabbed out with his sword. Clang! Suddenly, sparks flew in all directions, and a terrifying true essence shockwave shot out in all directions. The bricks and stones on the ground were directly pierced through and exploded. Although he managed to block the attack, there was still another person on the other side. The flying knife in his hand pierced through the air and pierced Long Chen's body. Long Chen had only managed to dodge the attack in a hurry, but he was unable to dodge the attack. Fortunately, there was no poison on the flying dagger. The other party was probably very confident in his flying dagger skills, thinking that he could kill with one strike, so he didn't apply any poison. However, even if they applied poison, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Dragons were basically immune to most poisons, especially since the Golden Dragons were descendants of the immemorial Golden Dragons. Go to hell, kid! Even though he wasn't seriously injured, Long Chen was wide open right now. Seeing such a good opportunity, Tang Chi wouldn't let it go. He leaped up high and the phoenix feather soul-chasing arrow pierced through the air again. The blazing fire phoenix seemed to have come back to life. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it, do I really have to run? If Long Chen did not run, he could only transform into his golden dragon form. However, Ling Xiao had warned him that he could not do that. At least, he could not do that when the dragon clan was unable to protect themselves. He even held the secret scroll in his hand. However, at this moment, a sword light pierced through the air. Chi! The sword light flashed and the fire phoenix was directly defeated. The phoenix feather soul-chasing arrow was also directly sent flying back. Tang Chi was so frightened that he quickly dodged and caught it in his hand. If he was injured by his own hidden weapon, it would be a big joke. Other than the Poison King sect disciple who was killed by Long Chen and could no longer stand up, the other three gathered together and were ready for battle. Big Brother Ling! Long Chen looked at the person who came excitedly. He was wild with joy because he had a feeling that as long as he stayed by Ling Zhao's side, no one would be able to hurt him. He would be absolutely safe. Long Chen, don't talk first. These are healing medicine for you. Sit down and heal your wounds. Ling Xiao had killed many cultivators and the storage rings that he seized all contained healing medicine. Especially the healing medicine from the Poison King sect, Aquamarine Shrine, and Abstruse Fire sect. The quality of the medicine was really good. He gave it to Long Chen without hesitation. Yes. Long Chen did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged. He then looked at the healing medicine and his face lit up with joy. He swallowed the medicine and closed his eyes. He did not know how strong Ling Xiao was now. However, in the land of dragons, Ling Xiao's appearance when he dominated the Black Dragon clan was like the appearance of the immemorial Golden Dragon. It was simply fresh in his memory. He believed that even if Ling Xiao could not defeat these three people, he would not be in danger. Therefore, he could heal his wounds in peace. After his injuries were healed, he could join forces with Ling Xiao and get rid of these three people. Those who kill will be killed by others. There was no reason to speak in the mystic world. There was only strength to speak. Otherwise, no one would listen to your fart. Words didn't work here. Even if you spoke extravagantly, without strength, you were still nothing. Tang Chi glanced at Ling Xiao and could not help but reveal a happy expression. I was wondering who it was. So it's Ling Xiao. I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Although I don't know what despicable means you used to kill Sad Heartbreak, in front of me, you have no chance. Once my phoenix feather soul-chasing arrow is taken out, it needs to drink blood. Since I can't kill Long Chen, I'll use your blood to feed it. Senior brother Tang Chi, this kid is full of tricks. The three of us should join forces. Of course we should join forces. Your senior brother is a person who does not care about trifles. Although I'm confident that he is not my match, if the three of us join forces, it will be faster. Senior brother is right. Moreover, what that brat used just now seems to be the flying sword technique. It is said that this is a more advanced hidden weapon technique. We got it, but senior brother, you can't keep it for yourself. Of course, we are all brothers. Senior brother, his flying sword seems to be a precious grade artifact. What an extravagant guy. Then we might as well take it all. In Tang Chi's opinion, Ling Xiao must have used some tricks to defeat Sad Heartbreak. Otherwise, how could a mere half-step heavenly master with 20% of his strength defeat him? Senior brother, you are really good to us. Are you done with your nonsense? Ling Xiao asked faintly. Are you in a hurry to die? Tang Chi frowned and asked. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude. Chapter 725. I'm not in a hurry to die, but I want to ask you guys a question. Novel la. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You still want to ask a question? Ha, this is the first time I've heard of someone asking a question before they die. But I'm not going to tell you. I'll let you die a wrong death. Speaking of this, Tang Chi's killing intent suddenly appeared. The other two also activated their true origin. Phoenix Feather Soul Chasing Arrow, Flying Dagger, and Gold Coin Darts all flew towards Ling Xiao at the same time, surrounding him. Die! Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't want to kill anyone, but these people were forcing him to do it. A black and gold light flashed past his eyes, and 3 chi swords flew out. Bang, bang, bang! Chi, chi, chi! The 3 chi swords first knocked away the 3 hidden weapons, then pierced through the 3 people's throats. Even the location of the wounds were the same. Then, the chi swords pierced through the 3 people, leaving 3 terrifying holes in the wall behind them. Dust flew everywhere. In an instant, the 3 people's bodies slowly fell to the ground, never to get up again. Scary! Is this Brother Ling's strength? At this moment, Long Chun had just opened his eyes. He originally wanted to help, but he saw such a strange scene. He knew that his brother Ling was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Not to mention Tang Chi, he suspected that even Tang Jiu might not be a match for his brother Ling. Gulp! Long Chun swallowed his saliva and asked excitedly. Brother Ling, the 3 chi swords seem to have merged with something, right? Massacre intent, Ling Xiao said faintly. The intent to kill. No wonder. Long Chun had heard Lin Bei mention before how terrifying intent was. It was an external manifestation of soul power, and also a way to fight. But there weren't many martial artists who could truly master it. There was even a misconception among the martial artists that martial intent was the prerequisite for the creation of martial soul. But it had been gradually corrected recently. Only the small sects in the remote areas didn't know about it. Martial soul and martial intent were 2 things that could coexist. One was the concretization of soul power, while the other was the incorporeal form of soul power. Long Chun was really happy for Ling Xiao and the Divine Sword sect. With the cultivation of a half-step holy master with 20% of his strength, he was able to kill 3 half-step holy masters with 50% of his strength. This strength was too terrifying. No, it should be said that his potential was too terrifying. Just as he was feeling happy, he suddenly frowned again. Oh no, big brother Ling, let's leave this place quickly. You killed Tang Chi, how could that Tang Jiu let you go? Long Chun said excitedly. It's useless. The spectators have already appeared. Ling Xiao sighed. This place was a little too close to the true Devil Imperial Palace, so someone must have seen the battle from afar. Even if he left now, it would be useless. What's more, he never intended to shirk the responsibility. Wasn't it just Tang Jiu? They would meet sooner or later. Previously, he had killed Sad Heartbreak, so Tang Jiu wouldn't let him go. Now that he had killed Tang Chi, it would only increase the probability of Tang Jiu taking action and speed up Tang Jiu's action. However, in Long Chen's opinion, Ling Xiao was definitely not Tang Jiu's opponent. After all, Tang Jiu was a half-step holy master with 80% of his strength. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Long Chen, don't worry. Tang Jiu is here. Just kill him. Let's go to the Imperial City. I think the best opportunities are there. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Tang Jiu, there was no need to wait for Tang Jiu here. He casually picked up the storage rings of the few people and returned Long Chen's items to him. Ling Xiao kept the rest for himself. Anyway, they were all spiritual stones, medicinal herbs, materials for setting up arrays, and the like. He could use them all. Long Chen, have you fully recovered from your injuries? The 2 of them chatted as they walked. Yes, I've fully recovered. It's all thanks to the elixirs that Big Brother Ling gave me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to quit today. Long Chen sighed with emotion. That won't do. You are the only representative of our Divine Sword sect. If you quit, what will happen to the Divine Sword sect? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Rumor has it that the true Devil Imperial Palace has pure true essence left behind by the true Devil Great Emperor. It can help martial artists directly increase their realm. This is too important for martial artists. Even if you want to quit, you must first enter that place. Is it really that powerful? Even if you asked me, I don't know. After all, it's my first time here. However, I heard from Senior Brother Wu. Well, it seems that the Imperial Palace is also sealed by some special power. It will only open at a specific time. It will probably take 2 to 4 hours. Let's take a rest and eat something first. Ling Xiao looked at the Imperial Palace. Although many martial artists had gathered, there were much fewer of them compared to when they first entered. Moreover, those who could reach here were all half-step holy masters. Martial artists below half-step holy masters were basically nowhere to be seen. Ling Xiao was a little worried about Dai Yuling and Ling Hao. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait patiently. After about half an hour, Lan Yuer and Feng Yarao appeared. Another 2 hours passed. Ling Hao, Dai Yuling, and even Zhao Ji appeared at the same time. All three of them were injured to varying degrees. Zhao Ji's injuries were very serious. He had been carried over by Ling Hao. But no matter what, being able to reach this point was a victory. Ling Xiao did not expect them to enter the finals. However, they must at least enter the Imperial Palace. Because it was a great opportunity to improve their cultivation. It would be a pity to miss it. Hurry up and heal your injuries. The Imperial Palace will open in about half an hour. Ling Xiao distributed the healing medicine he had obtained to them and helped them recover from their injuries. Rumble. After half an hour, a rumbling sound resounded. The true Devil Imperial Palace, which was originally wrapped in a strange golden light, finally opened. At this time, the number of people who appeared here had decreased from nearly 1,000 to about 300 people. It was a loss of nearly 700 people. Some of them died, and some of them withdrew midway. This preliminary competition was really cruel. The true Devil Imperial Palace has opened. Let's go! Ling Xiao stood up. Now, the Yuhua school only had him, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, Lin Hao, and Zhao Ji left. The others were all eliminated or killed. Whether or not they could bring glory to the Yuhua sect depended on the few of them. Okay. They walked in the direction of the true Devil Imperial Palace. They were not in a hurry. Through the previous events, it was obvious that it was better to come at the right time than to come early. At this time, outside the true Devil Imperial Palace, many disciples were rushing to enter. The true Devil Imperial Palace is my small goal this time. If I can improve my cultivation here, I might be able to enter the finals. Not only can I improve my cultivation here, but I may also obtain treasures that can increase my chances of reaching the celestial realm. Chapter 726. That's right, I've also heard of it. It seems that someone has obtained it before. That's great. I'm already a half-step heavenly venerable with 80% of my strength. I'm not far from advancing to the heaven realm. I must find such a treasure. Otherwise, I'll be stuck in the half-step heavenly venerable realm for the rest of my life. Humph, you people humiliated me in the ruins. After this trip to the true Demon Imperial Palace, my cultivation will improve greatly. Just wait and see. I'm a genius. You people are nothing. Genius my ass. You're just pretentious. Wait until we're inside. I'll kill you first. All sorts of voices rose and fell. It was rare for martial artists to get along peacefully unless they were from the same sect or relatives. Otherwise, there was no conflict of interest. Once there was a conflict of interest, the most direct method would be to determine the winner and loser. The martial artists scrambled to enter the palace while Ling Xiao and the others walked at a leisurely pace. Just as they were about to enter the palace, the sound of killing suddenly came from behind. It was a young girl being chased by someone. That young girl had delicate and pretty looks. She had the majesty of a royal family. One look and one could tell that she was an unapproachable person. However, at this moment, her clothes were tattered, and many parts of her clothes were pierced. However, the areas where her clothes were torn did not hurt her skin. it was enough to show that this person's control of strength was amazing. The young man behind her looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. His cultivation was not considered strong. He was only a half-step heavenly venerable with 20% of his strength. Even so, he was still able to suppress the young girl in front. "Little big sister, why run so fast? Why don't you have some fun with this young master? If this young master is satisfied, then this young master can escort you in the future." The young man had a lewd smile on his face. His eyes stared at the young girl's tattered clothes. He was dressed extravagantly. His clothes were colorful, and he even had a big red flower on his head. One look and one could tell that he was not a decent person. "Young Master Fei Yu, my elder brother and senior brother are over there. You still dare to humiliate me? Be careful that you don't keep your life. If you force me into a corner, I'll use a secret scroll to leave. You won't get anything. With just a few of you, what can you do to this young master?" Young Master Fei Yu sneered disdainfully. He saw Ling Xiao and the others, but he didn't take them seriously. Why would he care about the trash from Yuehua School? "Senior brother Ling, I beg you, please help my sister." Zhao Ji hurriedly looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry. Zhao Xi is also a student of Yuehua School. It's only right that I help her," Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then, he pointed his finger, and a flying sword flew out from behind him. Young Master Fei Yu was still smiling lewdly as he approached Zhao Xi. All of a sudden, he felt a sense of danger. By the time he realized what was going on, his head had already been separated from his body. A sword light pierced through the air and returned to its master's hand. Killing young Master Fei Yu was as easy as killing a chicken. Zhao Xi looked in that direction in surprise, looking at the majestic young man. Today, Ling Xiao was even more spirited than before. His long black hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his eyes shone with a wise and domineering light. She was deeply moved. She was moved that she wasn't an idiot to the end. A few months ago, she finally admitted her mistake to Ling Xiao, and even received some pointers from Ling Xiao. If it was the previous her, Ling Xiao wouldn't have saved her. The previous her was arrogant, and thought that she was a member of the royal family, and didn't place anyone in her eyes. Ling Xiao wasn't even worth mentioning. However, reality had taught her what a true powerhouse was and what true power was. Under her watch, Ling Xiao had grown from an unknown outer sect disciple to the all-powerful core disciple he was today. It had only taken him half a year. "Let's go together," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He once hated Zhao Xi because this woman couldn't distinguish right from wrong. However, there wasn't any deep hatred between him and Zhao Xi. After Zhao Xi changed, they had some interactions. After all, this princess of Northern Han was Zhao Ji's little sister. Everyone entered the True Devil Imperial Palace together. However, they discovered that the people who had entered earlier were all squeezed into the spacious passageway. At the entrance of the passageway, there was a beautiful crystal-like wall. On the wall, there was actually a moving picture, as if it was alive. These scenes were played repeatedly. They were all scenes of the true Devil Supreme Lord ascending to the throne. Near the wall, a corpse was placed there. It looked like it had been electrocuted, and its death was somewhat miserable. The reason why no one was willing to go over was probably because of this corpse. "They're all a bunch of F***king cowards, watch me!" Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. It was a half-step Empyrean-level martial artist with 50% of his strength. He was very tall and sturdy, and with a loud shout, he pounced towards the crystal wall. However, in the next moment, a horrifying scene occurred. The moment that person's body touched the crystal wall, his entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His skin was completely charred black, and even his bones were exposed. It was simply too horrible to look at. It was exactly the same as the person who had died before. What the hell? The people who had originally planned to move forward suddenly stopped. This scene was too terrifying, and no one dared to rashly try it. This is a special barrier of the True Devil Imperial Palace. It's called wall painting. The name sounds very nice, right? However, it's something that can kill people. Feng Yara walked out and said slowly. As expected of a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, this person was quite knowledgeable. What the hell is this wall painting? How can we get past it? Someone asked anxiously. You're asking me? I don't know, but it's said that the wall painting is arranged with a very complex spirit array. It can easily kill Yin-Yang realm cultivators, not to mention Heaven realm and Grotto Heaven realm cultivators. Us Transcendents will just be throwing our lives away if we go. Feng Yarao shrugged her shoulders. Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. If that was the case, then how did those people pass through before? There must be a reason behind it. Thinking of this, he activated his mountain and river martial spirit and began to investigate, hoping to find some clues. At this time, a few more cultivators rushed in from the outside. They were probably the last batch. Look, the entrance outside is closed. Does this mean that only these 300 people passed the test? That's right, the others are either eliminated or dead. The person who said this was definitely someone who was familiar with the situation in the True Devil Forbidden area. Ling Xiao, get out here for father! Suddenly, a voice roared. It was Tang Jiu. Ling Xiao naturally knew who he was shouting and asked indifferently. I wonder if Brother Tang has any orders? Orders? Did you kill my brother Tang Chi? Tang Jiu asked coldly. His voice was as cold as ice, causing the people nearby to tremble. What a joke! Which eye of yours saw it? Ling Xiao asked back. You come here! Tang Jiu directly shouted at a disciple of the Poison King sect. Chapter 727. That person walked over obediently and pointed at Ling Xiao. That's right, Senior Tang Jiu. It's Ling Xiao who killed Senior Tang Chi. Did you hear that, Ling Xiao? Tang Jiu asked. Brother Tang Jiu, please calm down. You can't start a conflict just because of one side of the story. The Poison King sect's disciples died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Naturally, the disciples of the Poison King sect would frame Ling Xiao. At this moment, someone actually stood up for Ling Xiao. This surprised Ling Xiao. He didn't seem to have any friends outside. Decepticons? Ling Xiao finally recognized who the other party was. It turned out to be Decepticons from the Beast King Palace. This person was an honest person. Tang Jiu snorted and suddenly attacked. A cold light flashed in his hand and a poisonous dart hit Decepticon's body. This was the result of Decepticon's strong defense and fast reaction. Otherwise, he would have died. This Tang Jiu was really overbearing. He didn't allow anyone to speak for Ling Xiao. Brother Ba, thank you for speaking up for justice. This is the antidote from the Tang sect. Take it. I did kill Tang Chi. Not only him, but the people around him were also killed by me. Tang Jiu, what are you going to do about it? Ling Xiao's antidote was obtained from Tang Chi's storage ring. It could cure ordinary poisons. Tang Jiu's poisonous dart wasn't a special one. So, there was no problem. Oh no, Brother Ling, you're too impulsive. This Tang Jiu is so cruel. How could you admit it? Longchen was so scared that his face turned pale. Tang Jiu was too terrifying. Offending such a person was not enough even if he had 10 lives. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Longchen, don't worry. He can't do anything to me. This Tang Jiu is really cruel and overbearing. Decepticons only spoke out for justice and was almost killed by him. Isn't he afraid of offending the Beast King Palace? Lan Yue couldn't help but say. Senior Sister Lan, this is the law of the jungle. The Tang sect is stronger than the Beast King Palace. Furthermore, the 3 sects of the south seem to have formed an alliance. They might be looking for an opportunity to destroy the Beast King Palace and Yuehua School. Ling Xiao sighed. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you just admit that you killed my elder brother? Tang Jiu walked towards Ling Xiao with a gloomy face and questioned. The rest of the Yuehua School students were very nervous. Lan Yu almost made a move. However, Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. That's right, I admit it. What do you think? They tried to kill me, but I killed them in passing. If he wanted to kill you, you should have obediently knelt down and let him kill you. How dare you resist? Tang Jiu said coldly. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, and then kill yourself. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone from your school. You can try. I guarantee that you'll die earlier than them. Ling Xiao didn't budge an inch. The situation was in a stalemate. No one was willing to give in, so there had to be a winner in the end. It was hard to say what the result would be. Other than the Yuhua school students and Long Chen, the rest of the sects were watching the show. The tyrannical sky tiger couldn't bear to see Tang Jiu die, but he had no other choice. The strength that Tang Jiu had just displayed was too terrifying. He was immobilized in a single move and had almost killed him. The tyrannical sky tiger didn't dare to provoke such a terrifying person. Junior brother, your cultivation has improved greatly. Why don't you help us? Decepticons looked at Ingwea and said. Ingwea shook his head. It's best not to provoke trouble that we shouldn't. The Yuhua school's matter has nothing to do with the Beast King Palace. That's right. Senior brother Ing is right. It's not worth offending Tang Jiu for the sake of the Yuhua school. Ling Xiao didn't know when to stop and was arrogant. He deserved to die. That's right. Ling Xiao killed many of our people. We should be happy that he's dead. That's right. Even if we want to help, we should help Tang Jiu, not Ling Xiao. The few remaining disciples of the Beast King Palace were gloating over their misfortune. The hatred of the Sword King sect was even more obvious. Senior sister, Master said that we should deal with Ling Xiao. It seems like it won't be our turn. Ling Xiao has offended many people. Chen Meng nodded. Let's wait and see. We can't say for sure until the end. She hated and feared Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Zhao's performance was too shocking. She couldn't help but be cautious. Of course, if Ling Xiao died, everyone would be happy. She wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. It would also save her a lot of trouble. I think that if Tang Jiu makes a move, Ling Xiao won't be the only one to die in the Yuhua school. Everyone else will be finished as well. Hee. I really want to see Wu Xiang's expression. Wasn't he very arrogant when he was in the Sword King sect? These two factions had a grudge against Ling Xiao. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite with their words. The rest of the people were relatively neutral in their discussion. However, they still didn't think highly of the Yuhua school. This is called being impulsive. He's too ignorant and hasn't seen the world. He thinks that he can be arrogant outside just because he's invincible in his own faction. If Tang Jiu makes a move, Ling Xiao won't be the only one to die. Everyone else will be buried with him. This is the price of being impulsive. Although Tang Jiu is very overbearing and unreasonable, this is the axiom of the mystic world. Whoever is stronger has the right to speak and can decide the life and death of others. The discussion was very loud. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. He had seen this kind of scene many times. It could be said that he was always met with voices of distrust and disbelief. However, every time, he was able to surprise these people who looked down on him. This time was no exception. As long as Tang Jiu dared to make a move, he would make Tang Jiu pay the price. He wasn't confident that he could beat Tang Jiu, but he definitely wouldn't lose either. At most, the two of them would fight to the death. However, he believed that if there was one person who could survive in the end, it would be him. Tang Jiu's attacks were powerful and his hidden weapons were powerful. However, his defense was his weakness. Compared to Tang Jiu, Ling Xiao didn't have any obvious flaws. However, he wasn't mediocre in all aspects. He was very outstanding in all aspects. Interesting. Very interesting. This is the first time I, Tang Jiu, have seen someone so unyielding in front of me. Since you're not willing to kneel and commit suicide, I'll kill you with my own hands and avenge my brother. Tang Jiu was so angry that he laughed. Buzz. With a loud sound, the phantom of 1,000 hands appeared behind him. Is this your first time? When you met the 6th young master of the sacred dynasty, didn't you act like a grandson? The phantom of a huge demonic sword also appeared behind Ling Zhao's back. Ha ha, Tangjiu, this kid is mocking you. Hurry up and make a move. I'm getting impatient. If you're afraid, let me do it. This kid is heartbroken and can be considered the common enemy of our 3 sections. It's the same if I kill him. Liu Dao laughed heartily. The muscles at the corner of Tang Jiu's mouth twitched violently. He had to make a move now even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.